All as elected officials should all be apparent.
I do.
Okay?
I don't know what is going on.
Yes, he shouldn't have any. That's correct.
First thing on the agenda is.
Okay, I almost said Aerosmith. Nice. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to this edition, throwback night to the training room. The historic Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's just after 4 p.m. on Tuesday, November 19th. Oh, let's see here. We've got no one here to announce this to, but if you want to audio record, you may just let the chair know. This meeting is being auto video recorded. Anything you say or display will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. Comments through the chair for our minutes makers and good form. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Let's see, we'll do regular board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Okay. Announcements. Actually, there's a couple. There's a few. No meeting on November 26th due to the Thanksgiving holiday. The Select Board Public Forum for input on mitigation measures for South Coast Offshore Wind Project is today at 5 p.m. in the community room. Please be advised that HDC members may attend and we may recess during the forum depending on our status of a quorum. If we do, we will resume the meeting after. Depending on, Holly, how long is that scheduled to go? Not as late as we normally go. Oh, okay. Scoff at that. Okay. The other end, I just want to mention, we had a very special retreat on Thursday, the organizational focus meeting, efficient and effective meetings, bubble baths, wine. It was really wonderful. Covered succinctness, Robert's rules, preparedness, submission deadlines for written comments and other materials, and including written submission of public comments. Exercising our existing best practices, open meeting law, conflict of interest law, individual responsibility, and the bane of quote unquote like. So it was a good meeting. I think we had unanimous support on every topic, and we will be developing this going forward and making some announcements about written comments from the public and submission deadlines for various interactions with the commission, all in the interest of having a better prepared HDC prior to each meeting and therefore more efficient, effective meetings. Enough on that for now. Commission discussion and vote. We have two items under determination of minimum maintenance. Violation notice question mark under chapter 124.13 of the town code. The first is 10 New Whale Street, and I would like to confirm that each of the elected board members had a chance to view. Did anyone not have a chance to view either of these? Okay. So at this point, we are not taking public comment or comment from owners or their agents. We are just simply determining whether in our individual opinion collectively of the condition of maintenance rises to a violation. And if so, we'll request a notice be issued through staff. You may be familiar with this process. We recently did this. Okay. Any comments? Ray, you want to start?
Yeah, I think my comment is more general. And I think we're taking this up as another business type thing, which is like, what metric do we use to determine whether a violation is submitted? Because certainly a lot of buildings out there would fall under this category, potentially. Now, as I understand the process, a courtesy letter is generally sent out by the staff, you know, if something's sort of going to become an issue. courtesy letter is sent out, and that enables the, the homeowner, or whomever it is, the building owner to respond. And then if no response is if we don't receive a response or an adequate response, then we move more towards the idea of fines and that kind of thing. But am I correct in saying that we should have more definition about what the standard is?
So interestingly enough, someone put in for an article for this year's annual town meeting to address that very topic. We're part of that.
That
very
someone
topic.
being-
That someone would be me. In the meantime, we have, there's 2 points, I think, clearly 2 points. One, what is the standard? And right now, all we have to work with is a standard which is within the text of the code. And that's whether maintenance has come to the point where a contributing structure is in the state or will lead to the state of disrepair. With respect to specific exterior elements, foundation, exterior walls, roofs, so on and so forth. Or if an interior structure is being affected to the extent that it will affect the exterior. So we really don't have much to, we can extrapolate individually, subjectively on what the level is of a lack of maintenance leading to disrepair. And I think we did a pretty good job at the last hearing on that. That's number one. The second part of that is without further definition or delineation of a standard, that's really how we have to pursue the process, in my estimation. Because we have to pursue it some way when we get a complaint from a citizen. The other is that there has been a variety of, well, at least a few manners in which a complaint has been followed up with. At one point, it was a strict violation notice was sent out after staff reviewed the condition of the structure. That was some time ago. It was at one point that a notice went out saying that this has been reported and we're giving you notification and please follow up on it. The other way that has been followed is what we're doing, which is kind of a hybrid. So we kind of intercede as the regulatory authority, the authority having jurisdiction. We go out in the field, we make a determination, which is our right and our responsibility. And then we determine whether a violation notice is sent out. From there, the owner has an opportunity without public comment, without comment from the owner or their agent. From there, the owner, depending on our determination, has an opportunity to effect a cure if that's what's required. In addition, they can come in front of the commission and have a discussion with us on maybe what they propose as the cure. So from my perspective, that seems to work well, or it will until we have a better definition of the process, because we don't really have a definition of the process now. And I'm trying to look at it from a legally tenable way, because some of these complaints rise to the nature of potentially very expensive litigation with the town. So I'm trying to do it in a manner that provides that the commission has done its due diligence in an open and transparent and even way. So that's just kind of where we are now, right?
Okay, so I don't want to make more of this than there should be, but the fact that we are reviewing buildings that have been identified by a neighbor, private individual, as opposed to doing our own objective research. Let me give you this is a completely abstract example. I own a house, the neighbor right to my left, the house is falling apart and I don't like that. So I file a complaint. Now the house to the left of that house is also falling down, but I don't care about that house because it's not my neighbor. And so why is the neighbor's house getting scrutiny when kind of they both should be getting scrutiny? Now, The problem with that is there are so many, I think we can all agree that there are so many buildings, if we drive around this town and look around, how many would fall into the category like that we could potentially say this is falling into a, a bad state of disrepair? It's going to be a lot. So I would rather this doesn't become kind of a vigilante thing that has to do with specific houses for specific reasons that might have to do with the neighbors. I just think that as a board, we should guard against that and try and, have some level of objectivity if that's at all possible. That's all.
I'm going to take quick comments on that. I think you are articulating concerns we probably all share. I certainly do. And had I known there would be a spate of these complaints, I would have written the article last year. But the fact of the matter is much of what happens in the town due to human resources is complaint driven. So we are going to kind of work our way through this, and hopefully we won't be inundated with these. If we are, I'm already thinking of a supplemental process to address that. And we'll go from there. But for now, yes. And does anyone else want to comment on the general concept which we will consider? Dale?
I agree with this approach. And, I almost think it should be, is it structurally sound? And then we intervene, because there are houses that are actually imploding that have been identified, they've been discussed before, and nothing is happening, and it's clear they're just gonna let it fall down. You know, structural soundness to me is the big thing. Peeling paint and falling off gutters, well, that could be my house, so that's my thoughts.
Thanks, Phil. And thankfully, the section in the chapter actually addresses
The structural part.
it's structural.
Well,
Go ahead.
well,
Go ahead.
so are we recording, Abby Camp for the, thoughts on, the, what is it called? Determination of maintenance. I just think if we rely on structural, okay, but there are things you can do to an old house that it could be structurally sort of unsound, but you can fix it. You can do things about it. You can, bring it back to life by putting in structural elements that will keep it alive. So I don't think we should, that we shouldn't make our determination on whether it's structurally sound, because obviously there are 3 that we're dealing with right now that are pretty, it's not structurally sound. But we don't want to get rid of them. We want to save them at all costs. I think we all said that about some of these.
Yep.
So it shouldn't be a way out.
Gotcha. And I think if I may, Val, your comment is more along the lines of, is the minimum maintenance that is being affected on the structure affecting the structure in a negative way? If it is, that's when we step in.
Right.
So before we go any further, I just want to read, the essence of this is owners of certain contributing buildings and structures in the Nantucket Historic District shall provide sufficient minimum maintenance to the minimum extent necessary to keep such buildings from falling into a state of poor repair, as identified by the Historic District Commission. It shall only apply to the exterior architectural features of such contributing buildings and to interior portions of buildings and structures which, if not adequately maintained, would cause the exterior architectural features to deteriorate or become damaged. Owners shall therefore be responsible for taking at least the minimum steps necessary to prevent the deterioration of foundations, exterior walls, or other vertical supports, exterior or interior roofs, or other horizontal members, including joists, beams, etc., chimneys or chimney support systems. So what we're here today is to determine whether either of these buildings rise to the level that the minimum maintenance is not being addressed based on our collective determination. And again, if that's the case, a notice will be issued. I want to say the other thing is, you know, I don't want this to become a vigilante thing. I don't, because it's not appropriate. If there are structures out there in disrepair, the next step is going to be that we will take complaints and we will catalog them, and then we will address them at a larger scale under a particular process. But for now, we want to make it a determination whether 10 New Whale Street meets the criteria for a violation. If it does, a notice will be sent. There are conditions. It's a $300 a day violation. That does not have to be strictly followed. That can be dependent upon the responsiveness of the applicant in every instance. I'm not just talking about 10 Whale Street. And that's where this does not have to necessarily be a punitive act. But there is a stick and a carrot there, given the language and the way it's been administered. The local practice, which is a legal term, I guess, in administering that over the last several decades, gives a little bit of leeway to, based upon merits of the individual case and the commission's determination. So I think that's enough on that topic, unless somebody wants to. Angus?
Oh, I just wanted to speak generally on the minimum maintenance and in at least my interpretation of the bylaw. I would say minimum maintenance would include being weather tight.
Definitely.
As someone who's you know, restored many windows and houses due to water infiltration, that I think is a minimum maintenance. Peeling paint on somebody's trim without the trim rotting to the point that water's getting through the trim to the inside walls, or doing some unnecessary damage. I don't think that we need to go chasing after these people. It's the point that water is getting to the inside, whether it's through the roof, through the windows, or rotting antique windows, or getting anywhere inside the building. So I would say a minimum maintenance in my mind is weather tightness. So I would say that specifically 10 New Whale would be in violation of that. And I think we need to think about how we incentivize people to do the right thing. I think in general, there may be lots of houses that need to be repainted, but I don't think that there are as many that are in desperate need of immediate attention in the overall scale of how many houses there are or structures there are here. But yeah, New Whale definitely would go under that category. And the fine of, even if we did $300 a day, that's roughly $100,000 a year. And if someone is facing $500,000, $2 million, $5 million of reconstruction or you know, repairs, we might need to think even those terms to incentivize people to bring things up to a minimum maintenance standard. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, and just the tail end of this, there is a provision within the bylaw that allows for a structure that is in a certain state of disrepair to for the owner to approach the commission for demolition. So just keep that in mind. Let's see, Ray, on 10 New Whale Street individually, thoughts?
Agree with Angus.
Okay, Abby?
I think as a process, we should say it has come to our attention. They get a letter, and then we say give them a certain amount of time to start to do the weatherproofing or whatever it is that needs that immediate attention.
Now, just I want to give a little, because on this one, it's more of a structural disrepair.
Mhm.
So, are you thinking there's some amount of time we are feeling our way through to develop? So far, we've set it at, I think, roughly a month to come back to us with to get started and come back with some update.
Yeah, we gave them a grace, sort of a grace period, but then I think it's time to start.
Okay. And on this particular structure, that's how you want to pursue.
Absolutely.
Okay, just to make sure I understand. Val,
I agree with what's been said.
okay. Ray agreed with,
Well,
Go ahead.
I did, but after, I just have one thing to interject that I probably should have interjected before. Has the applicant been, or not,
Yeah, they're
not the
aware.
applicant, okay, so they're aware that we're having this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think that it's worth trying to say, we're gonna have this open meeting and you're welcome to come and tell us all about, your respond to this. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody told me, like, miraculously, it was probably 8 years ago, we were talking about sign violations. And the sign committee said, we send out the little letter and 90% of the people that are in violation correct the violation.
right.
I
So,
would have thought it would have been 10.
so a follow-up on that is that we're actually interceding in advance of sending the violation notice by one, informing them in advance that there's been a complaint, which isn't typically done when we do signs, which is obviously a lower level issue.
Yeah.
The violation notice goes out. The owner that through their agent is aware, as was the case with the wood box, of the process. They're aware that there won't be public comments. Part of our filtering these is that we have a meeting where after we've completed a view, so that a violation notice isn't going out based just upon a complaint having been submitted by a neighbor. So
Right.
what we're already filtering to some extent based on this kind of, I'm not going to suggest anyone would be a vigilante, but we're already filtering that by undertaking the process we're undertaking. So at this point, what we want to determine is whether the condition rises to a violation and then determine how we want to approach it. Do we want to approach it with, as we did recently, the notice goes out that, HTC met, they determined what they determined, and this is your timeline, after which point a violation notice will be issued, is I think where we're headed. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have a kind of this is towards a legal matter. Do I have a motion to that effect? Perhaps it will be that the HCC has determined that the minimum maintenance standard is not being met. In particular with respect to structural aspects and some degree of weather tightness. And those matters need to be addressed beginning within the next 3 to 4 weeks. Let's say prior to, what meeting do we have before Christmas?
10.
Right before Christmas. Okay, so with a report back from the owner's agent to the Historic District Commission on steps that have been taken on or by the submission deadline to appear at the December 17th meeting. Does
You can make
sound-
that motion. if you
Motion,
want.
thank you. All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I'm gonna make a suggestion, while that motion is fresh in all our minds, that if we deem 5 Candle Street to be in the same condition, that the motion would be the same. I'm not suggesting it is or it isn't, but if it is, that's what I would suggest.
I'll make the same motion just to make it legal.
Okay, can we have a second on the motion for a purpose of discussion?
Second.
Okay, so, in my little end of Robert's rules, a second on a motion gives us a chance to discuss things because we have a more informal, motion and a vote. I'm gonna take the unusual step of speaking first on this. I actually did not feel that this structure rose to the same level as 10 New Whale Street. My, kind of magnifying glass eye on this is that there are a couple of areas where weather tightness would benefit the structure. Certainly, there are some structural concerns with the masonry joints and some brick splitting along structural lines. But there, again, it just wasn't at the same level. That's not to suggest that a violation notice shouldn't go out. It's not to suggest that we shouldn't pursue the same tack we are taking with 10 New Whale Street. I just wanted to be on record that I think there is a difference in this, in the minimum maintenance of those structures to date. Angus and then Ray.
I agree with you, Stephen. I hope we never have anything at the level of 10 New Whale. But it still is not meeting minimum maintenance standards.
Yep, I agree. Ray?
All I was gonna say is I would rather take the better safe than sorry approach to this and preempt something if
Yeah.
you see it developing.
Totally agree. Any other comments? Does Abby, you want to do a twofer on the motion?
Yeah, I'll make the same motion.
Okay, all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay, we're gonna go on to old business, one Old North Wharf, Val.
where do we,
You can either sit or take the podium there.
there's no microphone here.
Oh,
Oh,
I guess you're standing.
This is a blast from the past. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You guys have looked at this a few times and the last time we were in, we got pretty favorable comments and one major suggestion, which we took. We have flipped the building, so the balcony faces away from Easy Street. And made the railing more conventional. It seemed to be just detail comments, even HSAG said the massing was fine. So we flipped the building to make the balcony look the other way. We changed the door in the front to have hinges, which was a suggestion. And there was some confusion for me about a comment with regard to the height of the skirt border, the lattice below. So I have option A and option B, two different heights of that as I was confused. And yeah, those were really the major concerns. Change the doors, skirt height, flip the balcony to the other side, and that was it. So we've done all of that. And we're hoping for an approval tonight.
Okay, thank you, Val. Does anyone have any questions for Val at this point?
Just one
Angus?
one question about the doors in the south facing Still Dock front.
Yeah,
The doors look like they're suspended. Is that just a drawing issue, or are they do they really start like 2 feet above the ground?
they're actually not real doors, so I wasn't quite sure where to put them, which is why this is option A where there's a little disconnect there with the higher skirt. If you go 2 pages farther, option B might be more acceptable to you. I was unclear about exactly what that suggestion was, so.
Thank you. I wasn't gonna comment yet, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this infill structure will need to comply with the Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines. Appreciate the reverse facade. I do have concerns with the new garage door, as it looks like it's floating. And maybe that's something to deal with, the skirting around in general, so something to look at. The transom seems to be out of character. I think it should be simple. The east second floor is more successful facing the harbor. Thank you very much. The west facing Easy Street needs the dormer off the ridge, if at all possible, and closer around the windows, following building with Nantucket in mind. The rendering really shows the void on the first floor of the east. Not sure if that's appropriate with building with Nantucket in mind, as it's a negative void. But appreciate the rendering facing Easy Street. That's most appreciated. I think this project, Val, has come a long way. And then my overall arching comment is the elevation certificate. I know you've had it done, but that was based on the structure having addition. This is actually brand new, so it'll need to comply full with FEMA, and we'll need that for the record with the format map. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Do you
Thanks.
think that will be different? The first floor? Okay.
Did you get your question answered?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, is Mickey here?
Yes,
Hey, Mickey, you know the drill.
yes, thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that includes myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Combs. So on this particular one, the raised barn door, I think really the barn door needs to be dropped to grade. If it's just ornamental, then that's an easy move to drop it down. Otherwise, it seems kind of odd up there. I think the option of having the upper, I guess it's the shingle line. You're showing option B on the screen now, but the other one that shows this, not that one, but go up again.
Yeah, this was what I didn't get.
Keep going up to show the front. There you go. Yeah, it's just the shingle line really should be in the proper relationship of the first floor windows and doors. And even though it looks very tall there, it makes sense with the building itself. If you lower it, it just provides too much shingled area. So also now the porch that's covering the outdoor stairs, that corner, it's not very clear on the drawings, but that corner is a cantilevered corner. There's no corner post below that corner of the porch. So that's a little unusual. You can see that on the elevation, on the east elevation. I do have a suggestion to kind of correct that. And if you took the railing and pulled the railing all the way to the front of the building, the shingled railing, and that would it would conceal the stair entirely, which might be a good thing, except for the front view of it. And it would provide a place to put the corner post, which would bring it up to the corner of the roof to help support it visually.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you. So, and then a couple other little details, the gable window in the gable facing us facing, what would that be, south? Can't see that yet, south. That's a little small. And also the transom window that Holly mentioned, if you lower the barn doors, you probably have enough room to put at least maybe a small pair of 6/6s there instead of the transom windows. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, so Val, your board, Carrie's not with us, or she is? No. Is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie. Who'd like to begin?
These are easy.
Angus?
Thank you. So I very much appreciate the stair switching to the east side from the west side, so that and also the balcony not facing Easy Street. I think those are much more appropriate. The doors I would drop. And I really appreciate all the context photos and modeling. What I'm seeing in all of the photographs, and you've noted all these things, are simple masses, few dormers or no dormers. And so I'm looking at the streetscapes and the waterscape in that lowest picture. And these are all really simple shapes. Some of them are 1 story, some of them are 2 story. Some have balconies, some don't. But the thing that carries through is the simplicity of most of them, and roofs that don't have dormers. There are some, but most don't. That's I've mentioned that in the last meeting, and it's still very much a concern. Because at some point it just reads as a tall box with a 4-pitch roof. And it's just the busyness. So I would remove at least what's facing Easy Street. And or move the eave line up to absorb them. But it looks busy in relation to the context. And the only other thing is just the overall height in relation to the little structure that's between what's proposed in Easy Street when you see it in the south elevation. It feels like one is really dwarfed by the other. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Ray.
Okay, so first off, I love Mickey's idea about the shingled wall. I'm glad that Val agrees. So I think that's number one. Number two is, the barn doors are faux, and I guess I appreciate them. And interestingly, you are showing them down at grade in your renderings. You know, the door, like
Yeah, look at that.
that's what has been suggested, and it works. But then I sort of wonder, if they're faux, and then we have this issue with the transom, which is like ordinarily, I was going to say the transom usually is a very thin divider, a horizontal mullion, I guess you would call it, that runs between the doors and the transom, and then the header is above all that, right? You're not really getting that. And so I kind of wonder, like, should maybe the barn doors just go away and you just have two smaller double hungs? I know you're putting a sofa there. Just a thought, like a way to handle that so that you don't have a transom that's kind of further removed from the barn doors, which are faux anyway. So I'd like to hear what other people have to say about that.
Thanks. Let's see, Abby.
Well, just coming off of Ray's comments, I do like the doors with the hoop hinges, and I think I would kind of miss them. I'm a little bit worried about the FEMA height, what they might if they made you go any higher, this is going to get very vertical. One remedy I think I think it was mentioned by Historic Structures that Mickey, thank you, that window get bigger in the gable. I think that would reduce some of the rocket ship going on. And I also agree about bringing that, covering the stairs so you get that post. I think that's a great solution to that. And yeah, the transom should be in scale with whatever happens to those doors. And be a more historic, like a smaller. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
So I really agree with what's being said. I appreciate the moving of the building. I agree about that front with the barn doors. I also do like the hoop trim. I think it looks kind of classy. And the covering of the porch. Thank you.
Thanks. Bill, I want to make sure I understand too. I didn't see a format, the FEMA paperwork in this, and that got mentioned, but
It was sent with the first application.
okay. The reason I bring it up is, I'm looking at this and I'm considering relatively recently, structure cottage on North Wharf that we reviewed, and it was significantly lower than this.
6'2" is what Bracken said.
Yeah, well, my point is it was significantly lower than this. And I'd like to kind of pin that down. So that we're not, that was further down, that was clearly in a velocity zone. So, so that's a concern. And the reason it's a concern, obviously, is because if you look at these two structures together, there's a huge difference in the presentation.
Of course.
I appreciate you just letting me talk. Thank you. And the way, there's various ways to mitigate that, but if we don't have to go that high, that's certainly one way to mitigate it. And then it helps to reduce some aspects of the door height, the door presence and the transom and so on and so forth. Other than that very important attribute, my thoughts are that for this to be successful, the door needs to be lowered. These floating doors are like faux windows. They don't make sense to me. Form follows function and so on and so forth. Number one. Number two, I think I'm torn between whether the fenestration needs to be oversized relative to traditional in order to make to create a perception that this is not as out of size as it is relative to the neighboring structure. But at the same time, because the neighboring structure is there, I don't know if that is going to stand out, whether we're going to have a net positive or a net negative, depending on whether the fenestration is oversized or not with respect to the structure. If it's not oversized, if it is oversized, is the net not going to be positive with respect to the fenestration looking kind of funny? So
May I ask some
hold on one quick
questions?
sec. So those are, to me, it's almost there in the presentation of the 3D rendering that shows the little green car there, charming little green car. So when I say oversized, I'm not saying like double the size of any of these fenestration elements, but I think to some degree, and then a more traditional transom, I think what Mickey's group had said is lower that to touch the door head casing.
Yeah, and smaller windows.
Smaller, well, I actually would go probably okay with the size, but typically the transom is part of door head casing.
Right.
And then you would put a little cap on it of some sort. So those are my thoughts. Val, did you want to?
Yeah, because these are significantly different from when I was here the last time. So I do want to kind of nail this down because it's time. 6'2" is the absolute minimum. And I did send that with the first application. I will resend it again. So that can't change. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, and I've said this before. This is falling in the range of the height of the buildings around it, except that it has to have the first floor at 6 feet. So we couldn't go 6 feet in just a simple box because then it would really be a rocket ship. So then it was suggested that we come down and have lower eaves and do dormers. So aside from having just a 1-story building on top of this 6-foot foundation, I think we're at a disadvantage. And because we are forced to comply to that, I think that needs to be considered. I know it looks different, but so do Mariner Way houses and the other houses that have to lift up. The house that's there, the building that's retail, we're staying away from that. Everybody wanted that to stay the scale that it is and remain in human scale on the street. So that's what I want to say.
Thanks, right?
Yeah.
I want to I want to say things that I probably shouldn't or didn't say on my first pass. So this, first of all, I appreciate the 1.5 stories. I do understand that we have an existing building that we want to hold on to for very good reasons, and that this is a standalone building. All of that I'm fine with. And I think that what would be beneficial in this case is to make gestures that make it feel smaller. Now, one thing that I missed the first time around is the discussion about the 4-light window and the gable end. I know that if that were a large double hung window, the
Mhm.
building would feel smaller.
Absolutely.
It would get rid of a lot of that extra shingle space, and it would just bring in a scale that was more appropriate to this building, and it would make it feel more contextual.
Yeah.
So I think really the only issue in my mind, and I agree with everybody who likes the barn doors, I was just suggesting that they're not, real, they could potentially go away, but I do like them as an aesthetic feature. So then the only other issue for me, the only other issue is how to integrate the transom so that it really acts like a transom in the sense that we know it. That's it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Abby?
So I agree with Ray, and I think it is approvable with a couple of changes. So I just wanted to know, when you open those doors, what, I was looking,
You don't.
You
you
don't.
never open those
They're-
doors.
No,
Well,
when I
okay.
first came in, it didn't have those doors.
Oh,
And
'cause-
someone suggested to try a boathouse approach.
Yeah.
Make it look like a boathouse.
Yeah, I like that. I
Um,
was just looking at the plan
yeah.
and it showed, I thought it was a window there, so
That's a transom.
no, oh, that's the transom in
Yeah.
the
The
plan.
transom above the
Okay.
slope.
Holly.
So I
did
could,
Did
should I
Patience
try a
wanna say
motion,
anything?
Stephen?
If you-
Or
yeah.
does anybody else
No.
have something to add?
Patience, did you want to say anything?
Val, can you please?
Yeah, I'll say something.
Sorry?
Can you please hold for a minute? We're having a discussion here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Hold on, Patience.
Okay.
I would suggest. that
okay.
you-
Sure.
Does patients have anything to add to the architectural elements discussion that we just had?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Well, thank you for all your comments. I think Val's done a great job incorporating what you've suggested. And I must say that I am getting a bit frustrated because I've been severely compromised on how much commercial space I can have in a commercial zone because we separated the building, which was huge. And we have done everything you've asked for. And you're going to see I'm going to see so much in the future of buildings that might look a little less than perfect because of this 6'2" floodplain. So I ask you all to think into the future and have some compassion for the challenge we have here and to approve this building, because we have been cooperative after the shock of not being able to move the tiny shanty, despite the fact that most of Easy Street has changed. And that's what I have to say. I hope for your approval.
thanks, patience. Abby?
You're welcome.
Okay. So a motion to approve with the following. The transom to be a part of the barn doors and appropriately scaled. The window in the dormer on Still Dock Road to be maybe the same size as the ones in the dormer, or something that's already just a larger scale. To bring the wall forward to enclose the whole staircase with a column. That's three things. Can anybody else think of something else
There's only one thing that's sort of left, and that is the discussion of option A or B with regard to the water table. And I think that Mickey, at least, wanted to have it as at the higher level that corresponded to the bottom of the floor level. I'm in agreement with that,
Okay.
but I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
I'd rather have the water under my first floor than,
So you're thinking
Oh,
B.
I'm thinking B,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm a B.
Oh, okay.
So can I second that for discussion?
Yes. I mean,
So the top page is the one that shows the water table or the shingle line below the floor joist.
Correct.
Is that the one that we're having as part of the motion, just to clarify?
It sounds like not.
Option B.
Abby's. looking at
Option B.
Her motion is currently up.
And also when the doors drop, then, and that we're talking about a historically proportioned transom, which would be a very thin, less than a casing thickness between the top of the doors and the bottom of the transom window, that it'll probably be like a sitting height ribbon window across there. So there's also going to be more shingle space, even though we're adding a larger window to the gable, there's going to be more shingle space, and the amount of shingle space is what contributes to dwarfing the little cottage. So to me, that seems like there's still a few things that need to get sorted out. It feels like it's almost there, but how do you all see
I
this?
I
space
don't
going?
quite understand what you're saying about the
Can I-
transom.
One quick sec. Let's get a clarification for Abby and then Ray.
Yeah,
So just clarify on the transom.
Transom.
It's basically may I guess,
Hmm.
they're basically integrating the transom into the door unit such that the head casing is shared. It's the sill of the transom
mhm.
and it gets shorter as a result to traditional.
Oh, and so they're more
Well,
shingle
hang
space.
on.
Yeah, and
Okay,
then it
yeah.
comes down a little bit and then there's more shingles above it.
Okay,
No, right?
okay. Angus, what you just described is of concern to me. Because what you're doing is you're taking the door and the transom more or less as they are, and you're dropping the whole thing down, which would then bring us back to having a huge amount of shingle space. What I was thinking is you just make the doors taller. The doors go taller such that they're going all the way to the ground. So they wouldn't look, the doors would be taller than as drawn. They would just get longer.
Okay, just now that you've thrown that in there, thank you.
All right.
Angus, I didn't hear you say lower the doors. I heard you say lower the transom. Were you also saying lower the doors?
I thought we were talking about bringing the doors down to grade.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I
Yeah.
understood. So Ray's comments spot
And,
on.
and then the space between the doors and the transom as shown in the top here gets shorter. So it's not just so now I'm hearing that the doors are actually getting longer rather than
That's an
broader.
option.
Yeah, I just feel like there are a lot of
So
moving,
your point is we
pieces
need
here.
some additional revisions perhaps.
I do minor.
I want to put to bed, at least with the sitting board now, the option B is the preferred method, correct?
Correct.
I've got 3 in favor at least.
If I'll retract my motion, if Val, you want the chance to correct, to
So
take
we would
those,
hold for revisions.
Yeah.
Val, can you turn them around? Well, we're not actually meeting next week, so
Yeah,
you
so
can do it with
Hmm.
stuffing in front of you.
she doesn't look happy.
well, I'm disappointed because it
Well,
was not that
is an
complicated the
important
last time I was
structure.
in here. I get
Yeah,
that.
it
Can
is.
you look at the small previous version and see, what did you think about those doors were longer and I had 3/3s?
Do you want to help direct staff to what
Mhm.
to pull up, please, instead of,
Mm.
Okay,
With the,
so
And a bigger window.
that's with the stairs on the
well, it's all flipped, Abby.
Yeah.
harbor side.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
It's just the relationship of the windows I was pointing at, that's all.
Yeah.
Without the transom.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I thought that we were doing. Doors all the way to the ground, skip the track
Yeah. get rid of-
between and just have transom on top. Now, that would mean if we're indeed doing a single horizontal band of panes, as opposed to a double, which this shows, the door would be that much taller.
And the windows would be this height if you're sitting in the room.
Well, no, see, I'm trying to avoid that, Angus, because that will drop it down and then we'll have that big shingle space that you pointed out.
Oh, so what Val's showing is that the door is going up and coming down. Is that what you're saying?
All right, well,
I think what Val's showing here is the door is at the height it's shown in the other drawing at the top, but the bottom is lower.
Yeah.
I'm having these doors go all the way.
Yep.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
There's the doors.
Yeah.
Transom runs across. Now this, incidentally, does show the bigger window.
Right.
Yeah, that was gonna be my point next.
Yeah.
So the currently drawn proposal is that the top of the garage door is approximately where it's shown in the one we just looked at. If you project the line across on the entry door, the person door, that hasn't changed. So I think in the interest of clear direction, we're looking at can we zoom in a little bit on the upper right? Ooh, this is a little bit more. Are we generally, except for the design of the doors themselves, in agreement that this door configuration is acceptable height-wise and height off the ground?
But it would come up to this height?
No, Val, are these, this drawing is showing what, 6 or 8 inches top of doors, faux doors, 6 or 8 inches lower than in the current drawing?
Yeah,
Okay, so they would stay at the height they're shown in the other drawing, but they would extend down to the ground. But this is the one we're looking at to get a basic sense of proportion. If you get rid of the faux track cover at the head of the door is going to extend up to almost that height.
yeah, it would be up to here, so this would be the transom.
Right, above it, okay. And then let's go to the other drawing, please,
Here. Okay.
and zoom in on that a little bit. Yeah, and then we're just
One,
talking
two,
about integrating these two elements into one unit.
So
That's
this
right.
is approximately 18 to 21 inches. Here, the doors are growing by,
Yeah,
and then we're minimizing this. So the top of the door is actually coming up to the sill there. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
And
pretty
then
much.
making this a 6/6 like the
yes.
one in the other drawing.
and the back.
I think this could end up being Exhibit A if we're all on the same page. I think it was not quite clear.
Do you mind doing the drawing? I'll make the motion if you'll do the exhibit
Oh, I'll do
A.
the drawing.
Okay.
There go those drawings.
And then I would just suggest that we add like 9 inches or a foot to the width of the doors, and then lower faux doors, because they're gonna be taller, and I think proportionately.
I would like that because then it would make those transoms less vertical. Like
Yeah.
right now, they look quite thin.
So if we added a foot to the width, and then the transom's gonna be a little wider in any event, so the whole thing kind of marries together better. Does anyone have a concern with that approach?
Nope.
That'll be my Exhibit
A.
A.
Why does it
And-
always have to be Exhibit A?
Well,
And
because
clarify
B would be
the
a change to
elevation.
A.
This one could be an exhibit Z.
Uh,
I prefer that.
Angus,
the elevation. So, and the motion also includes
the
the,
format and
Yeah,
the
elevation.
the elevation packet.
Yeah.
And then you're also gonna extend the door enclosure.
that's right, up to the face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's fine, then the stairs aren't seen on the side.
And that's your motion?
That's my
for
motion.
Exhibit A? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any noes or abstentions? I'm gonna abstain.
You're gonna be drawing for a while.
Okay, so that one's Exhibit A. We're gonna move on to 35 Center. Holly, when is the select board?
Right now.
So it starts at 5. So are there any members who would like to go downstairs at this point?
Yes.
Dale?
So Am I supposed to go down there?
That's gonna
I didn't
be,
know what I was.
well,
I got that.
What time is it?
It's 5 now.
5:02.
Can we just do this one?
Wait, where are these when they,
Yeah.
oh, the whole agenda is about the way.
well, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna, Val wants to go down. Is anyone else going down?
Well, as the
Yeah, so
representative from HTC
Yeah,
and also,
okay.
yeah, but.
Well, so we don't know how long this meeting is gonna be downstairs, right?
Exactly.
I think,
But we
I think
know
it-
that they're not meeting until 8 o'clock.
I'll leave my stuff
We know
here.
that much.
Yeah,
I am coming back.
so that's why we.
So I think that we're gonna have,
a
I'm sorry.
lapse.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You
So
know,
what we did is we put it ahead of the agenda that the HCC may recess for the forum and resume the meeting after the forum being the select board public forum on the wind turbines. It sounds like we're gonna have 3 members go down.
Or could I
Do
watch
what you
you?
wanna do,
Well, I think
that's-
I might stay here and watch it on YouTube.
Okay, so you don't necessarily want to participate, but be informed. Okay.
Just to, yeah.
So it looks like Angus and Val are gonna step out of the room, is that correct?
Yeah,
it-
I am.
Well, if it's
And Holly?
just a matter of,
Yeah, that's okay, but can I just poll and move on? No, sorry, Rick. Can I just get a sense and
If-
move on with this? Thank you. Angus, you're sticking around, you're going down.
I'm gonna stick around if we're not all taking a break and going down.
Okay. Val, you're out of here. Holly, you're going down. Right? Okay, so we'll get there. Okay, so you all are excused and we hope to see you soon. And we will, on this, the board will be myself, Ray, Angus, Abby, and Connie.
I'm supposed to be recused on
You're
this one.
recused, so let
Yeah.
the record reflect that Connie is actually recused on
Oh,
this particular
right.
application.
Yes,
Yeah,
I remember now.
Because of why?
it's my daughter's baby.
Yeah. She has skin in the game.
that's why we're trying to bring down the cost of the pastries, you know?
Yeah.
So,
It's a noble goal.
well,
Okay,
okay.
good. So basically, this was left at a view.
Yeah,
a
can
mock
we
up.
summarize?
Has everyone had a chance to view it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I could summarize,
Yep.
or Ray,
What?
do you want to start? I just wanted to summarize. So we went up and we put tape, like 3 rows of tape of where the panels would be set back already like 2.5 feet about from the roof. Took some pictures of it, sent those to the board. And that's it.
Okay,
Looking up-
thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone's viewed this, we've discussed it. Do you have comments, concerns with respect to the location that's proposed? Angus?
I do. I thought we were going to have an option where we're gonna see a couple of panels back. And I still have the same concerns about them being quite visible on Center Street and detracting from the overall setting character. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
My feeling was, gosh, if it's entirely covered in solar, I think it's almost less obtrusive, but I'm also okay with pulling them back from the road. I'm fine with that.
In the location proposed by the taping?
Yes. But I was also fine with them going right to the edge.
Thank you, Ray.
I get on with Abby on that, actually. But can I just ask a question? Can you actually bring them all the way to the edge? You can't, right? Isn't there some kind of fire hazard thing or something like that?
So there is a fire code that mandates you need to have 3 feet on both sides of the roof and a section along the top of the roof. Now, there is local jurisdiction from the fire department, and so they're more lenient with our applications depending on the building's location, different access points. The main concern is being able to get to the ridge. So some buildings, functionally, you need to vent the roof to put out the fire. And so in some situations, they want to have access up the side of the rake to get to the peak of the roof. And then there's other instances where they could directly access the peak of the roof, cut a hole and extinguish the fire without coming up the rake of the roof, if that makes sense.
Well, does that mean that you can or you can't bring them right to the edge?
I wouldn't want to, if we can, we definitely will. And if we weren't able to do that, and I went to the fire department, explained the situation, you know, we want to follow those regulations, I would come back to the board and say, hey, the fire department in this instance doesn't feel appropriate. And that's how we've acted so far. We get approval from the HDC, then I go to the fire department. If they have any major changes, we come back to you guys. I think that's the appropriate way because it's kind of a chicken and egg thing.
Right. So code stipulates there's a setback, at least currently. There is a work group working on changing that for residential structures or light use commercial, but it hasn't been resolved yet, to my knowledge.
It's a practical thing, you know, so
Yeah.
we submit an application to the fire department. They say, this looks good. Sometimes they say add more panels. Sometimes they say take them away here.
Yeah, and I think I mean, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think we'd feel more comfortable if we make a decision that it's got to come to the edge, that's our determination. And if it doesn't come to the edge, then it would come back before us.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, Ray, you want to continue?
Yeah, one other thing. So, to Angus's point earlier, the taped version still shows it, I'm guessing, like 3 feet back from the rake.
That's correct.
But your drawing of the south elevation, maybe my eye is not good, but it seems like it's more than 3 feet. Is that not correct? Are we looking at 3 feet in your?
I
Yeah,
would say
right there.
that when we originally put the panels up,
Yeah.
there was, remember how we first put the panels up? We did like 6 of them.
Mhm.
That was what we were
That was the
recommending.
3 feet.
Yeah, maybe it's 2.5 because that was the minimum fire length. So we moved them back proportionally. So
Pizza.
Sorry to
we just moved them. We eliminated a row already.
Not in that plan, right?
Correct, not in that plan.
So if I look at that plan and I take away the westernmost row, that's where we would be? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, this roof, right? That's where it was taped out. And then on this one, just because of when we submitted it, we moved it back. Because we felt like this was where the majority of the view was. Whereas on this roof line, there's this bend here, and that's why this one is at the 2.5 feet, and this one is more like 3 feet.
Okay, so that is the moved back version. Not eliminating a row beyond what we're seeing.
Correct. And so when the guys went and they put the tape up on the 2.5 foot version instead of the setback version.
Okay, let's see, that leaves me. So my concern is that these are too visible on both sides and also let's see, as you're going towards JC House, there's a stack pipe on the closer roof plane, there's a stack pipe. Plumbing ventilation pipe.
Yeah,
So-
we would move that.
Okay. So for me, I think most succinctly agree with Angus' concern that these need to be further back. And I think it needs to be on the rear half of the structure as measured from the front. And that I think would be appropriate enough to be approvable for me. So what do we want to do, folks?
I think we have a hung jury. at
We
the
do.
moment.
If I could give a suggestion.
No.
And I know you have maybe an in-between jury, never liked that phrase. the board could potentially approve it as the whole roof plane, because I know some members are interested in that. I could go to the fire department and get some of their feedback. Or we could have a discussion about eliminating some now,
Sure.
one or the other.
The only thing,
I could
Tobias,
come back again.
No,
I could
that's
go
fine.
talk to them. and come back.
no, that's fine. But Angus, where are you on the whole roof plan?
The issue for me is the big stripe. So if that's eliminated, I don't have as much of an issue with
Okay,
it.
so you would have the support of 3 members on that one. So that could be pursued if you want to pursue that and then come back.
Mhm.
If it doesn't pan out. So someone would need to motion an exhibit A showing revising the drawings to show the coverage of the full roof.
Yeah,
on
so
both plans.
would you like it to the very edge of the roof or 6 inches off the roof or the very edge or?
I think that's worthwhile discussion. I mean, you can, if it's on the edge, you're gonna see it. If there isn't some type of a fascia board there that extends down and painted
See the
black.
gap.
Yeah, you're gonna see the gap and then you're gonna see underneath, you're gonna see the superstructure. So would it be that there's some type of a, now you guys, a lot of these have a metal piece that's black that
Yeah,
can be
we-
applied to the
if-
frame.
Yeah, if you would like, we could flash, do like
Yeah.
a black flashing along the edge.
Okay,
Then there's also like, in some cases, we've done returns for like high wind loaded areas, it's like at a 45-degree so that the panel, but that's maybe just like a
Simple,
a
vertical.
vertical, yeah.
relative to the roof angle.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Has anyone got a question on that aspect or
Yeah.
concern?
It
Angus?
would be great to actually, sort of work that out in
Yeah.
situ. Oh, that looks better, push back 6 inches and it sort of plays with a shadow line or
Yeah.
right up on the edge. But I feel like we're close, but I think the idea is that you don't end up with a
Yeah.
stripe wondering,
Yeah.
oh, what is that up there?
So I think if I'm hearing you correctly, like, if you could approve it full to the edge with the condition of the fire department, will go here, go to the fireman, go to the fire department, and then I'll come back to the board and say, hey, here's what it looks like in these various layouts for kind of the fine little details.
I would suggest we kind of would pin it down a little bit more than that now. So what I think, we would just make a determination. I would suggest we make a determination that we want it to be, a majority vote wants it to be as close to the edge as possible, that there would be a black fascia underneath it. That would be perpendicular to the plane of the roof and the solar panels and between the two, so that you don't see the underside of the solar panels. And because the other step, just to take a step back from this, is the only way to make it a determination of which looks better is actually to put them up there and look at it. And I don't think we have the capacity to do that.
I'm happy to, regardless, I'm happy to always work with the board.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying, do you have thoughts on that? Do we want to do another mock-up
It's kind of liking the sound of that, honestly.
of a mock-up?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's fine. I don't have, I'm not
Well, and
believing you.
that will also give Tobias an opportunity to check with the fire department
Okay.
to see if that's gonna fly at all. anyway.
I may have misread his comments, but I think he was looking for an approval for that. And then if it didn't work out, he'd come back.
Correct.
So,
I'm coming back to the board regardless, but it would be nice if I had some support from the board so that I could let my client know, we'd like to pursue this, and then I can go to the fire department.
so this is a tentative approval for a flush or nearly flush to the Center Street side solar panel installation with a fascia flashing sandwich between the solar panels and the roof plane. Right?
Scout
Tentative.
honor.
And then Tobias can take that to the fire department and see what they want to do.
Exhibit C.
Exhibit C, okay. So we would write that up, I think, as an Exhibit A as a tentative approval subject to fire department approval. And a mock-up if they do approve of it,
Right.
right?
So
You guys?
moved.
Okay. And Ray, you want to write up that? Write that?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? I'm gonna abstain. Okay. Okay. That moves us on to a break. Does anyone know how to orchestrate that on Zoom?
Thank you very much.
Just hold the pizza up there.
Jewel, do you know how to mute us on Zoom? I can try. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. It's 5:18, 5:19. So why don't we say 5:30?
You really, you should be getting paid.
Can you take a break? Would you be able to mute us on that?
Yeah.
And just show Jill how to do it so she can unmute us?
Yeah.
Good evening. Welcome to the
I thought they were gonna buy the pharmacy. But I don't, I know, I don't think they are.
We'll be here till 8:30.
Yeah, no, it's a Norman Rockwell.
What we get for pizza?
Cheese, rooney mushroom and the meat lovers with.
Should,
Mark for the second one, let me see.
25 North Pasture.
Well, if he's on for the second one, he would be on for the first one too.
Yeah, are we back on? Okay, so we're actually being recorded. So, old business 11-5 this year, and 60 Nobody Ave is rolling over unless Permits Plus is online. Don't see Mark, okay. So, we'll hold that, and if he shows up, we'll go back. Okay, 25 North Pasture, Permit Plus is same thing. All right, 42 Shimo Pond Road.
Do we have Joe?
Joe is online, I believe.
Yep.
Joe?
I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead, even though that was down.
So we're gonna,
I gotta move aside.
Joe's not on it.
Joe's not actually on this one.
No, he was
Right.
listed as an.
Oh, yeah, no, he's on it. Yeah, he's an alternate.
Oh, there it is.
And-
starting
and
42.
the others were to track, so
Oh,
he'd
yeah,
be an
Joe.
alternate on the others.
Yes.
Oh, I can share it. Have you brought me over?
Yeah. No, it's. Okay, Lisa, why don't you proceed when you start sharing?
Okay, hang on, we're just trying to get me on. I'm got the email, I'm launching Zoom.
We are on old business 11-5, number 3.
Okay. Stay muted. But I still don't know how I can share my screen.
42 Shannon. Oh, hell. Right?
Mhm.
What's that? Because of quorum?
Oh, which one?
There was
The
no
hard
one here
25.
to represent.
No representation.
Oh, here I am. Hold on, I've got it.
Oh.
And now, how do I share them? I still don't have the ability to share. my screen. At least I can't see them. That's the only way that I can share.
We're gonna do 25 pasture, but then we skipped over 25 pasture. So now
Oh,
we've got.
so if I
We've got
unmute, but
three
then how do I
of
do? I know.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you take some while I figure this out?
So
Am
we're
I the
going,
only-
where?
I'm doing it.
How about we take a short break? I'll be right back.
I go through the town website though. Isn't that all I need to do to join the right webinar?
No, it should be just through the Zoom link.
Yeah, that I got, yeah.
Okay, let me jump in on this because we gotta get. Who's got Zoom for us?
Me, I know.
No, just, do you mind if I look with it?
So, over here. I zoomed in a ton, I connect to Holly. Yeah, I'll wait. No, I can do it from my side. But you would, I know, that's, okay, so now. It's called, I don't know, it shows up on the bottom of my screen.
Okay, you should be good now.
Okay, now we have to wait for,
Did you pop up?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's the three little dots. Jewel.
Yes.
Here. This.
Okay.
And then make it show.
Okay.
Okay.
But now we have to wait for that.
Now we have to wait for Abby. No, that's right. Par for the course this evening. Everybody have a little bit of tea. Ah.
Back to 42.
No, it's all right. People can contemplate their evening. They can hear themselves chewing their popcorn. Let's get reverb. Yeah, we'll limp through. You know, the last one anyways. So.
All three.
Yes. Yeah, I think the pizzas are
Really?
smaller.
In record time.
No, I'm okay.
Oh, there's some left.
Did you have some? We're gonna come dinner after this.
It smells like pumpkin pie in here.
Oh, pumpkin.
It
pie
is
would
good.
be
Very hard to clean here and not like.
Well, there's a piece left. The smell permeates the room more
It
densely.
does smell like pumpkin pie though.
Oh, I think it smells.
Oh, that's my deodorant.
Oh,
You know, for Thanksgiving, I got on
Oh,
TV.
pumpkin pie.
Well, there's a brand of deodorant, like the natural one, that has like cookie flavored and stuff, so I was like, "Gee, what is it?"
Yeah, it's not Old Spice, it's natural spice, it's cookie spice.
Pumpkin spice.
You don't want the onion spice if you're going on a date with somebody you just met.
excuse me. Indian.
Yes. Well, you're steering, so we'll be okay. I'm gonna turn my mic off because there's a lot. If somebody can't hear me, please let me know.
Is that it? Is that all?
Okay.
Okay, let me name your board. Let's get this show under motion. 42 Shimmo Pond Road, main house move demo, myself, Angus, Abby, Connie, and Joe. Lisa, when you're ready.
Okay, God, it's so bright, you can't see my photo. Could dim the lights a little bit. So this is a picture from the ferry. That Ray took the last time we were going off, and I just thought it was interesting because it showed the context of the site. Thank you.
Oh, that's better.
This is a house in question. This is a neighbor, another neighbor, and another neighbor, both of which all three of which I put larger pictures of. This is 46 Shimmo Pond Road. This was an older house that's been obviously significantly modified. And the massing has been changed. Third floor dormers were added. Round porches. And then this is the other neighbor to the west, which is a 3-story gambrel. And then the furthest one that's just out of the picture, these are all the adjacent neighbors, is a very simple, seems like a similar era to the building we're working on, center chimney, dormer. And those, if I go back to the outside, that's this little one in the corner here that you. So, and I do have pictures of the individual houses that I can give to the board if they would like to see them. So that being said, we have made some revisions to the plan. This is the waterside elevation. So you can see the original massing. We've taken a lot of care to retain the roof line of all the original masses. We really simplified the architecture pretty dramatically from the original submission, which was here. We thought the one dormer was quieter. We shingled the rails, we put the chimneys back. And I think that was it on that elevation. This was the only elevation that got the most comments. And I think the one comment about this was people missed the simple roof, the single roof plane. And there was some discussion about why don't we just move the building back the way it is and use the existing first floor as the second floor and then have the basement be the lower level. But this is the existing section, which shows that even with a 7'7" high, with the 7'7" high basement, we're already over height. It's 30 feet 9 5/8 inches to the top of the ridge. So that just as a option, I don't think really works. So our feeling is that this is the logical way, in a historic way, that buildings would have been added on to by adding dormers and populating the second floor that way. This building was built as a commercial, well, sort of a commercial space, and it has no second floor, which is why there are no dormers facing the water. So that was that change. I also did submit this plan, which shows the FEMA line running through the existing structure. I think that was requested. I think that's about it. I don't think there were many comments on the other elevations, and I can scroll through them as you like.
Okay, that sounds good. Before we get started, I want to get just a clerical matter squared away. Can I get a motion to rebut? This is not a move demo, it's a move reno, correct?
Yeah.
So
Oh, right.
I know that's
crop
what
the
it is,
demo.
but can I get a motion to correct the agenda?
So moved.
To move reno versus a move demo. It'll be the board sitting, myself, Angus, Abby, Connie, and Joe. We'll have to do a voice vote. Abby on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Okay, so that's correct. You got one yes on this so far. Who would like to begin? Joe?
Oh, okay. Well, I do remember this being reviewed last time. I don't remember a lot of discussion about siting, but I think moving this back, besides the practical implications, I think the existing structure kind of feels like it's sitting in the harbor. And I think this, even though it's moving to a higher elevation, it's evident that you're actually lowering the grade from the highest point. It looks like it's coming down like 4.5 feet according to the cross section, and I think will feel nestled into the landscape. And I think there's a benefit to having planting material between the structure and the water instead of the structure sitting at the edge of the water. So for me, those are all mitigating factors with respect to some of these first floor details. I mean, there's a lot of glass on the first floor with the picture windows, but I feel like it's in character with the house, from a house that doesn't have a strong definable character. It has some definable elements, or I should say characteristics that are outstanding. The chimney and definitely the roof line. I do feel like that single dormer does speak to a single roof line, and I also think that it is the logical way that a house would have grown over time to capture second floor space. And appreciate that from left to right, the structure actually feels diminished in scale. I think that might be because of these smaller elements here. I appreciate the chimneys coming back. I actually feel like they could get a little bit taller even because the chim doesn't have to be as tall as it was originally, but I feel like they could rise to greater importance, no pun intended. The second floor balcony change, I feel like could use some attention. It feels unfinished relative to some of the other details on here, and I know that that was in direct response to commissioner requests. But I think maybe a combination of a shingle and open rail might be the answer. I'm curious what how other commissioners feel about it, but they feel a little bit heavy given the lightness of the porch. The porch reads as a nice light element. The columns are slender, and those shingle elements feel a little bit top heavy to me. The other side, I guess the south, the opposite elevation, the dormer with the chimney coming through it is a quirky element for sure, but somehow I feel like a little bit of this randomness anchors the house in history a little bit. And overall, it feels like it has an identity now, whereas previously it feels a little bit of a hodgepodge of elements with no real front door presence. So overall, I think that the project is an improvement on the existing structure, and I think will be a nice addition to the waterfront. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. I think, let's see, Joel, you promote Sarah. We had a hand up. I don't know if it's Sarah Elger. We're promoting you to panelist. I saw your hand up. We're short.
I had,
Go ahead.
I think what Lisa's presented is absolutely beautiful. I had my hand up because I wondered how long I had to wait around for 25 North Pasture. But
You can go because that Mark hasn't shown up, so we will not be reviewing it this evening.
okay, great. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
No, it just at this point. given there's-
Lovely design, Lisa. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Okay, so let's see, Abby.
Yep. Well, I'm taking a slightly different view of this building. I think it's an iconic building because of that low slung roof, the profile that it presents, and just the simplicity that it has naturally just as an old historic building. So I think these, especially the second floor, is over fenestrated. And if it is, the fenestration should somehow mimic the old building, which means smaller windows. I'm not sure the 6/1s are giving its historic due. The new chimneys appear modern, where the old ones are just simply, they're larger, they're simpler, and they look like they would work. And these look a little sort of, the detail at the top and the size of them just seems a little off to me. So I would be in favor of somehow turning it down a bit with the over fenestration and the balconies on the second floor, and give it a little bit more of that swooping roof line. And that's so simple. If we could get some more of that back, I think you might be able to work with it. Thank you.
Thanks. Connie?
So I do appreciate on the north elevation, changing those dormers into one. My one concern on the north is those two picture windows. I think they're just rather large, facing the harbor. And I think Joe made a comment about that quirky little chimney coming out of that dormer on the south. That's a little bit odd. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see. Oh, Angus, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So, I do believe that, changing the dormer to the, north from the three, I believe it was three separate dormers to one, does, calm it down. But I don't think that it's addressing the concerns that I expressed last time, which was that what really sets this, old clubhouse, apart from pretty much any other structure along the harbor, is that uninterrupted roof plane. And the proportions are, I think, part of what explain why that's, so unique. So, it's roughly 1-to-1 if you look at what's existing facing north, where, from grade to the beginning of the roof is the same as from the roof to the ridge. And now the proportions, as proposed, are more 1-to-2, sorry, 1-to-4. If you go from grade to the roof line where the at the top of the doors and windows. So it dramatically changes that character defining element. And I don't have an issue with the house moving back, that's necessary for resilience, and to, protect it from flooding. But or even there being two stories. It's just that the proportion of the roof and uninterrupted roof, dramatically changes, and it's I think it removes the character that defines this structure. And I also I so appreciate the applicant, including the painting at the very end of the presentation, of the clubhouse. And that sort of, spells out another character defining element, and that is the porches that go from one end to the other, that are set back. And within those shadow lines, I think you're able to get away with a lot of things, picture windows, French doors, because they're kind of lost in the shadows. And I don't think that you have to necessarily give up on deck area that's getting sun. The existing structure has deck that goes out beyond the covered porch area, but it still has the recess of the porch, which creates those, character defining shadow lines. So, those are our main concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. That leaves me. So Lisa, I appreciate the modification to the dormer. I'm a net on this one. I think overall, first of all, can you go to your site plan?
Yeah.
You're pulling it out of the one with the purple line on it. I don't know if it shows up on that screen. That dashed line, you're pulling this out of the AE zone, FEMA flood zone. Then if you go down to A21, which shows the north elevation existing, I think there's some disparate, there's some very odd marriages here, and it's almost like with Thanksgiving in mind, some families that weren't anticipated showed up and everybody kind of got mashed together. It's almost discomforting looking at. And And then, and I acknowledge the main feature of this structure is the expansive roof plane, but in totality, I think that north elevation is difficult. I think the south elevation as proposed is appropriate modification versus the existing. And perhaps more appropriate than is shown than when was prior shown. The west elevation,
See if I'm going the right way, east, west.
I think, given the deck space that projects out the rear of the structure towards the water, this is a much more traditional form. It's more attractive, it's more appropriate. Your east, did I miss your east?
Right here.
There you go. It's the same as the west in terms of the final result, to my mind. And it cleans up that really atypical chimney structure and profile. So for me, it's, as I said at the beginning, it's kind of a net. I understand that for you all, part of your program is to utilize that second floor space, and it means that that roof plane as roof mat has another mass added to it. I guess the only question I have is there some way to downsize that dormer? Maybe it's not as close, I presume at currently drawn, it is flush with the wall below.
Oh, from the side as viewed
Yeah,
from
I'm
the east to
just
the
wondering
west.
if there's some way to maybe make it a little less. I don't, frankly, I don't know that you have the support. It looks like it's a 3-2 type of a thing, but I'm trying to find if there's some way to diminish it even more in terms of its overall presentation and still accomplish your program.
I don't think you'll really notice that alignment. I mean, maybe the one thing to do is to pull them in a little bit, although they're not right up to the 3-foot minimum. You know, they're pulled in, I think, probably 4 feet from the sides now. You know, I like Joe's idea of actually, and I agree with him, of incorporating lighter railings on the second floor. I think that's going to make a big difference. The picture windows, you know, they exist on the house. They're funky. They're right here. So we thought incorporating them again here. They're right in the plane of the porch. They're not set back. We thought incorporating them into the house as an homage to, you know, part of the old house, but under the porch made sense. But I think if those went to double hungs, I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. You know, I think in general, maybe these 2 dormers join on the other side, so that there's not 2 separate dormers there to simplify it even further. I think I think we've done a nice job of really cleaning up kind of an awkward looking house while retaining basically the historic massing that's there.
Okay. Thank you. So, and one last comment, I think, is just to be clear on my thoughts, is that on the north elevation, if the form, the existing, if the form were the original structure, which is the larger center mass and the structure on the left, my feelings would be different, but the rightmost portions are just completely change the presence of that structure. And I think overall, again, I'll go back to net. Okay, so
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
The one to this second one with the 2 dormers is an older structure. We're keeping that because it was older.
Well, so what I'm referring to is shown in the illustration. Can you go down on that?
I don't think I have the illustration on here. Sorry.
The illustration shows a different viewpoint.
Well, the house is flipped. It's an
Yeah.
artist rendering. That small piece is on the opposite side of the building.
Yeah, so it shows.
Than what was built.
It shows the main mass and the structure on the left,
Yes.
which are together and in a perspective are, it works, but it doesn't work in the way it's currently constructed, to my mind. So anyways, I've spoken enough on this one. What would we like to do? Yeah. Are those dated prior to, because we decided we weren't going to do repeats of comments.
Is it even 24 yet?
No,
Well, it's 24, but it's not 20.
no. It was heard
Oh,
in
oh.
November 2024.
And this was heard in
The last time it was
October.
heard was November 20, I mean, it was still November 2024, so I don't know.
Oh, it was
Yeah, I'm wondering, because
October?
if they're not updated, then I don't,
No, it was held.
yeah, so we're gonna, they are,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because
I just-
it wasn't heard October 31st because we were, whatever that was, October, we were away that first week of November, so it was heard last week.
Okay, so the only reason I asked if they weren't updated is we'd agreed the other day that we weren't gonna repeat the comments.
Oh, I didn't
If
make
they're
that.
relevant, but we need to process them at the beginning of the application process, but not repeat them each time.
Well, we're holding for revisions. anyway,
Yes,
so We can
so
hear them
Abby
again.
has a motion for revision.
Can we, I don't quite understand your description of the north elevation, the net 50-50. I don't really understand what you mean by that.
My point is that the presentation as what's proposed, I think is net a benefit
Okay.
versus what exists.
Mm-hmm,
And then that's as a whole,
mm-hmm,
all the elevations.
mm-hmm.
So I think to me, this is
Approval.
appropriate enough to be approvable.
Okay, that wasn't
But I
clear.
don't think you've got a 50, you've got a 2/3, you got 2 and a 3. So.
No, not necessarily. Well, I mean, I think that some of the comments that Connie brought up, I think were manageable.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's what I might have said 50-50 or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that help? You're clearer?
I think so.
There's always the tape. Okay,
I mean, I just want to reiterate, so Connie says she likes the single dormer, had an issue with the picture windows, which I'm happy to change to double hungs, and had a little concern of the chimney on the south. And that was it. Those are the only two comments, and that can't be done
oh,
through
so
staff
then
if
I
there's
didn't
more.
catch that correctly. Okay, thank you. I apologize.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like, you
Yeah.
know, three people had huge issues, but that three of you did not have huge issues with it.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Angus, did you want to comment? And then we're gonna-
Oh, I just wanted to know if there was if you had explored being able to sort of maintain that that original main mass proportions of roof to
It's too
fenestrated area. And is that something that that we can, you know, because of its significance, override whatever, you know, if it's maintaining a look that it's always had, is that something that we can, even if it's tall, still
I'll
approve?
show you that.
Brad, I was sitting back there listening, you know, to the 50-50, you know, the what you pointed out, I guess, of the 50% roof and 50% wall area. So if we go to our elevation, you know, this is the basement that's 7.5 feet high. And then we've got this vast amount of space right here. And we're saving this shape, by the way. But
You want me to go to our elevation?
go to our elevation, because I'm just, like, I was looking at this sort of in an abstract, because the first thing we thought is, okay, rather than do a 1.5 stories with the dormer, we do a 2-story. Like, really, that building is, if you're looking at like plantation style antebellum, you know, 2-story columns, both floors, roof overhanging the whole thing. The 50-50 would be like, so here we are, let's be conservative, like, let's say. that,
It's from
you know,
here to
we're
here.
Here, like, let's pretend that the floor level's here and the ceiling's there, so we have that much wall space. And, you know, go 50 on top of that, you're way up there. Do you know what I mean? Like, you would be so far in excess of zoning that.
It'd be a 35-foot high building. By the time you got a basement that was more than 7.5 feet tall, you got, you know, so you add an extra foot, then you need, you know, distance to grade. You know, you're adding 2.5 feet and it's already 31 feet. So as a ZBA member, I would say, no, you would not get approval for that.
Lisa, are you controlling this?
Yes.
Can you shrink it so that we see the existing with
Yep.
the proposed? So right here, this is what I was looking at. From here to here is one, and from there to there is one. But in this one, it's, 3 to 1. And,
I don't understand the 3 to 1.
yeah, yeah.
Zoom in just a little bit. Guys, zoom in a little bit. Angus, can you explain that a different way?
Yeah, I don't understand the 3 to 1. I understand the 1.
So this is 3 times what that is. You know what I'm saying?
But that happens on any house that has a dormer.
Okay. Well, let him finish.
But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that that's what separates this house from all the others. And is there a way that even if you push the limit a little bit, just because of the significance of the structure, is there a way to do it? I'm not trying to prevent a second floor from being realized and the fenestration that's there. It's the change from having porches on 2 levels, recessed covered porches on 2 levels, and then nothing above that, no dormers or breaks in the roof. And if there's a way to do that, I think there's a win-win situation if you can strike a balance with being able to do both of those things, or at least closer to maybe 1/3 roof and 2/3 building, but to go from 1 to 1 to 1 to 4 just feels like a change that's not working with what's existing.
Okay, and now in the interest of meeting management, Ray is clear on the concept that Angus is articulating. And you guys happen to be partners in the design, so you guys can pick that aspect of it up offline, right? And to the extent you feel it's reasonable, yeah. And then I think what we're gonna do is we've kind of everyone's spoken, we've identified concerns. You have an idea of what the consensus concerns are. Ray's clear on Angus's point. You guys can hash it out and determine to what extent you want to address it. Can we get I think someone was making a motion for revisions.
So moved.
Angus?
Can I second that motion just to add information, because evidently there are new notes.
Oh, you have new notes? Okay, because I told Jewel we weren't doing rehash of older notes. Okay,
Do that to you all.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, first I wanted to thank for the revisions and the additional information. This is a contributing structure, 1928, 1930. And it was owned obviously by Mr. Stewart, who was an activist. There should be more information on the FEMA. There was a surveyor's information in there. This is FEMA A8, and I know it's getting moved out. So I guess if it's staying in, if it's coming out completely, then great. I guess we don't need any FEMA information. But if it's staying in, then obviously we would need that for Met information. But I did appreciate that. Just wanted to mention about the existing end chimneys and the center ridge character defining along with that pitch of that roof. I think that's changing once it's removed. But I appreciate the proactive approach to take this out of that flood zone again. I think what faces the harbor is iconic to this structure, especially with that 400-foot pier. That's the longest on Nantucket. The introductions of the dormers, I think either one shed roof or broken up is not appropriate. I think it changes the character defining features. Appreciate though that the demo, as I mentioned, I think at the last meeting, so thank you for providing that, the demo versus the existing with the elevations. It's very telling on what is changing. And then I just had a question on the red line plans. There was nothing to really indicate on the chimneys if they were being, they look like they were staying, but then
No, they're gonna have to be rebuilt just because to move them would be, I think, very difficult.
and it was unclear in the notes. So I would just recommend.
Yeah,
having
yeah,
that
that's why I showed them
fixed.
as red so that you knew that they were coming down and being rebuilt.
No, actually, they're not shown as, if you can go to the,
Well, actually, we submitted some new ones.
Mine are red.
They're red.
okay, the ones I saw in the view pack were not red.
Yeah, and there was other things like this was shown, this mass on the right was
This is red.
coming off and it's not.
Okay,
So there have been some changes.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Okay, with all that said, thank you. We had a motion to order business.
We do.
Okay. And, on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
and I'm an aye.
So the other two will just track, or do I have to sign them up again?
I think probably track if you're gonna make changes. I mean.
Yeah, no, that's
here-
fine, but I just wanted to be clear, I have to sign them up each time.
Wait, so now we're on. The clock in here.
20
Right
North
there.
Pasture?
1812.
18,
Oh.
612.
that's like 6:12.
North Pasture. JV Studio. Is your eye here?
Is that you, Linda? Oh. Okay, hello?
Hi.
Here.
Can you walk us through, I mean. Any changes from other than are bubbled in here?
Yeah, so from last time I added the site plan with that shows the topography which you asked for. And the changes is, as you see, bubbled the deck, we extending the deck, adding that cable rail, and then on, if you scroll down on the elevations, there is some fenestration changes which are from pretty much all four sides. Except this south elevation we are on right now, which is actually facing the driveway or the front of the house. I'm showing these new double doors on the front, but I wanted to go back to pretty much keeping existing what we have on existing south elevation, so no change there. I just changed it like recently. So that's no, we are not changing it, keeping it as existing. And the rest, if you look
Hold
at the
on a
other
second.
elevation.
Hold on, so I just want to be sure I'm clear, I understand. The south elevation, the bubbled railing and doors, or just the doors are staying the same?
Just the doors.
Just the doors.
Just the doors are not changing. The doors are staying as they are existing. Those
Okay,
two
the doors and
windows.
then therefore the windows too.
Yeah, those windows on the side and door in the middle stay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And
Anything
yeah,
else?
thank you. No, it's
No.
just the fenestration all the way around.
Okay. Let's see, who'd like, any questions for your eye on this?
Is he also changing the railing on the south, on the front of the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going back to,
No, that's
oh,
gonna
that's,
change.
okay,
Keep.
thank you.
Okay, who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Please, Angus.
So my concerns were atypical railings and the French doors and a few other things. But since our last meeting on this, I've gone along Pulpus Road, and you can see pretty much everything from the second floor up. So if vegetation stays as it is, I don't think any of this is really visible. But if there's ever a clearing of the conservation land between Pulpus Road and this is what we're going to be looking at.
Okay, thank you. So we can deal with that if we get to a motion. Let's see, Ray?
Yeah, I just have a fundamental dislike of the cable rail. I just think it's, so foreign to traditional architecture here that the danger of it being seen at all. So that's my problem.
So to rephrase your, do you think it's inappropriate?
I think that the cable rail is inappropriate.
Thank you. Our Achilles heel at appeal is like,
Yeah.
Abby.
I agree with everything that's been said, including the cable rail, especially on the front of the house. I'm a little concerned about the grade change in the back that's accommodating
Hmm.
the what's it called? The boards, vertical boards. It looks like there's a sort of a large change, and I know that because there was a photograph that showed where that's going in, and it looks pretty steep. So, I think this is butting up to conservation land, so I think we have to be careful about fenestration in the back of the house. Because it will be seen from, the deer, no, walkers.
Okay. Let's see, that brings us to Ray, Angus, me. So, yeah, I agree largely with what's been said, you're right, except for with visibility. So if the north is something that's going to be blocked by a, existing vegetation shall remain, from time of inspection thereafter to block visibility of the first floor. At least with respect to the north, I'm okay with that. We have a 4-person board. You're right, just so you know, Val is not with us currently this evening, and she is not going to be on the next one. Yeah, why don't we see if this is with respect to this one, 20 North Pasture? Good. Sam, are you on for 20 North Pasture?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Can you identify yourself and?
Yeah, no, I'm the owner of 25 North Pasture. I know Mark Poor is not available tonight, and he's actually I was certain that he wasn't going to. I apologize. I missed when Sarah Alger chimed in. She
Yeah,
represents.
Sam, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. We're actually on 20 North Pasture.
Oh, my bad. I'm 25 Pasture.
So
but I'm hoping.
we held 25. We're not going to hear it tonight. Mark wasn't here. There wasn't a butter here, had representation to speak. So we're going to hold off on that one for this evening, and we'll pick it up on the next old business agenda.
Could I just speak to that real quick? I am the owner of the property. I understand that you did not want to hear it because Mark Poor was not present.
No, no, let me clarify what I said. We did not open it because the owner's agent was not present when it was called. There was, so that's number one. And number two, when it was called, or shortly thereafter, we determined that there was an abutters agent here to speak on the application. That person is no longer here because Mark wasn't here. So we won't be opening it this evening.
Even though I'm the owner and Mark is my agent.
Yeah, because we had a butters agent here to speak on the application.
I did notify the butters agent, Sarah Alger.
Yep, she was here. And if you want any further clarification, just because we're in the middle of a meeting on a different application, okay, give the office a call, but it will be brought up at the next old business.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, where were we again? 20 North Pasture and 20, and we were gonna make a motion or something?
I do have concerns about the back of the building, but I can bring them up when we do the cottage,
Okay,
the pool.
can we bring them up and address them in a way that we can address what's in front of us now? Or I'm just trying to figure out what to do with this.
Yeah, so, well, the picture that I wanted to refer to is at the pool in hardscape, but.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
For this particular application, which is for the house related stuff, I would move to hold for revisions.
okay.
Oh, it's on here too.
What kind of
It's number
revisions,
8.
if I can ask?
Oh, hold on one second, you're right.
The,
Can I interrupt that just for a minute to see if we can get some?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Abby.
so I guess my question would be how much,
visibility.
No, no, the movement of the soil in the back for the pool. If you look at picture number 8.
Well, we're gonna do the pool next.
Sorry, this is, I went back to the main house. It's on the main house too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it's odd because the pool is part of the main house, so
Yeah.
it's like if we decide that this is appropriate, then we've decided the pool is appropriate. So why don't we just open them both so we can wrap this up one way or the other? Angus,
Can I second Ray's motion just for discussion?
yeah, he allowed discussion, so yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
So if those, instead of cable rails were shingle rails, is that something that we would be interested in entertaining? Is a
Regular balusters, typical rail.
They were shingled.
It's shingled now.
Yeah.
Well, he's suggesting that what is shown as the revision with the paring back for the pool, the cable that's shown would be shingle as exists, but in new locations.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and you can always come back when you've got this thing framed up and ask for a review.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you're okay. I think where we are is the front is gonna stay, are we saying shingle in the front and the back? But where the cable rail is shown?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be exhibit A to show the existing doors on the south, the proposed rail on the cable rail on the south as shingle, and proposed cable rail on the east and north and west as shingle. Is that somebody's exhibit A?
Yeah, that's
It's-
mine.
Okay,
There's one little window on the far left, but
can,
it's changing.
okay. No one, I think no one has expressed concern on that as a consensus, so I'm gonna leave that one. On Ray's exhibit A, we're all here, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, so that's exhibit A. You're right, what's different with the pool?
The pool is in the deck.
So we just basically,
and we just put the shingled rail around it, and the pool, there will be no grade change. The pool is pretty much above the grade, built into the
so-
deck.
okay,
So
thank you.
it will not
So-
be more visible than the deck.
Thank you. So can we get an exhibit A to track the relevant railings for the
Yep.
pool?
I'll do that.
Okay, on Ray's motion, the board is the same. It's myself, Ray, Abby, and Angus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That moves us to 8 Red Mill Lane.
Thank you.
And Linda. Good evening. I'd like to take these out of order. Let's go to the new dwelling. We don't want no stinking pool drive in the house.
Mm-mm.
No, it's. That's what you build, who knew you'd come to the HCT and build your ankle strength?
Huh.
Yeah. Okay, Linda, when you're,
Okay. When we came in the last time, it wasn't any of the structures that were confusing to people. It was the grading plan, which he's got, yeah. Hard to see it though. Minimal grading, except for the retaining wall, because every one of them, I put all the pictures in there of the other retaining walls on 2, 4, and 6. So we've got a retaining wall like every other one on that street, and like every single structure in this subdivision has a retaining wall from somewhere. Because the only flat thing is the top road that goes straight across the top of the hill. As you get down towards the land bank property, it flattens out down at the bottom, which I showed you the pictures where the road terminates at the bottom of the hill. So the grade is kind of minimal. And then I showed you the house that's behind us Their pool is at the same grade as the land bank property behind us, so everybody sort of telescopes down the hill. We're at the bottom of the hill, like the one behind us. The grading is on the elevation. Probably the south, there we go. So we added all the grading points for you, but there was really no comments about the house because it's fairly similar to the other designs that are in there.
Okay.
And it's the last one. It actually is the very last house to be built in this whole subdivision. This will terminate the subdivision. Finally.
A long overdue termination.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been in it from the
Any other
beginning.
revisions?
No, because there wasn't any comments on the house.
Okay.
It was pretty much okay. You just wanted us to put the grading plan on the house.
Okay. Let's see. It is,
sitting, but
I'm
I
gonna
think
name
we're
the
missing
board
one.
in a moment. If you give me a sec. For all of these, it will be myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and we're gonna nominate Joe.
Okay. That's for all three of them.
Yeah. And, who would like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus, please. Thank you.
So I don't really have any issues with the houses, ones that Linda mentioned. The issue really has just been about the grading and the retaining walls. And there is certainly precedent in this area where there's a fair amount of topographical change. I would much rather see the retaining on the north side of this lot than the south side. So it looks like there's a retaining wall approximately 4 feet on the north side, and then some areas on the south side that are in excess of 4 feet. And I would rather see that more balanced to 2 feet and 6 feet, 6 feet in the north and 2 feet in the south, because the south is what the conservation land abuts. And so that's public, and there's actually a trail that almost walks the line along this property line, along the south border.
There's no trail there, Angus. It's
Yeah.
solidly vegetated.
Let him finish, please.
So after having walked the path, I know there's a well-worn path there.
That's the
And
path that doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
That's right. So those are my concerns.
You need a
Okay.
machete.
Thank you, Angus. Let's see, Joe.
Hold, I'm digesting this the first time
Okay,
I've
yeah. Not,
seen it.
not,
Thank you.
not an issue at all. Let's see. So we will go to Abby.
I have no concerns about the architecture.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Ray's writing up. I'm gonna comment.
Okay, well.
Oh, you ready?
Yeah, I can.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm just gonna say,
I
yeah,
thought you were
no
saying-
concerns about architecture. Grading, yes. My comments are in line with what Angus said earlier.
Okay, great. Joe, you ready or want me to go in the meantime?
Yeah, I think I'm ready. You don't get very many easy projects, do you, Linda?
No, I don't. And not ones where there's just a single structure.
Yeah, I agree with the comments relative to the architecture. And I have a question, I guess, about the retainage, because when I look at the site plan on A11, I see that on the north side that the retaining wall appears to be a consistent 4 feet. And on the south, it looks like it's a consistent 2 feet.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, as Angus had suggested, that it might have been 4 and 4, and to split it so that it was 4 or 6 on the north and 2 on the south. And the way I read it, it is 2 on the south. And I think, at least based on what I'm seeing here, I think that the way you've retained it makes some sense. I'd hate to see a retaining wall of 6 feet tall. It just feels,
We don't have one 6 feet tall.
yeah. So I think I'm going to continue to look at this, but I think that I'm okay with it as it is.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So I'm
Mhm.
looking at sheet A31 and, Linda,
It's on the wrong page. We can't see the three.
I'm
There,
got the floor, thanks.
there it is.
Yeah, that's one I'm, no, 3-1 is one I want to be on.
Well, this is the one with the grade, if you can barely see it up there.
A31, please. Can you zoom in on the lower portion of the page? So this is what you'd see from the street,
Which one? The top one?
the bottom one.
The bottom one you won't see from the street because it's up against all the foliage. It's not the.
Oh, no,
bottom
I'm sorry. This is what you'd see from the
From
path.
the, over there,
Right?
yeah.
This is from the path. Sorry, I've got those mixed.
There is a path.
So,
There is no path. All right.
and then if you go to the sheet Joe referenced, which is the next sheet, A1.1,
That one.
detail 3 at the bottom of the page. Can you zoom in a little bit there?
Because we stepped down, Steve, as we
All right,
went towards the
so you-
back.
Okay, so this is left to right if you were on the
Land
street.
bank.
And then you've got your vegetative buffer on the right side of the retaining wall, which is adjacent to the public land, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so for me, the key here is, regardless of the height of that retaining wall, is a vegetative buffer on the downhill side.
Yep.
Between 5-foot wide space with a vegetated buffer along the entire south property line. That's critical for me. I wouldn't mind if there was more retainage on the north side to bring the whole thing down a little bit, but this is in keeping with what is presented is in keeping with what's been approved throughout the community. I have no concerns about the architecture. I do want to know, what is the retaining wall material going to be? Or what is it proposed to be?
I think it's timber.
Timber?
That I'm concerned about.
Poured
We got
concrete.
timber, we got stone, we got everything. I can do Pennsylvania field stone if that's better.
I mean, for me, the downward side isn't going to be visible. That could be a argid concrete. It's just that the length of these retaining walls and the, I think towards the front, well, first of all, there's timber throughout there, so take this with a grain of sand. I think, concrete with a veneer is more appropriate.
That's what we did on the other
Yeah.
three.
Yeah, I think it's more appropriate. It looks better and it's gonna be much longer lasting. These houses are gonna start caving in on each other.
Field stone, that's
Yeah, there's
concrete-
gonna be a landslide.
Concrete walls, field stone.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so
Yeah.
my concerns have been addressed primarily with the articulation of the top of wall heights and clarification of the buffer along the south side. Thank you.
And what is the retaining wall material on the south side?
It's gonna be,
Same.
The veneer?
well, on the south side, you're probably just gonna do a parged concrete because you're not gonna put. a
Yeah, you're not
veneer.
gonna see it.
Yeah,
It's
That could
embedded.
just be.
It's
fil-
embedded.
That could just be the fieldstone natural without the concrete, couldn't it? I mean, it's only is it
Oh.
just 2 feet?
It's only
down,
2
or
feet tall.
Okay, so it could just be the fieldstone on
Yeah.
the south side and concrete on the north side.
the only point I would make is that it won't be seen behind the vegetation, so
Yeah,
There's,
there's a massive,
there's a
veg-
path that doesn't exist.
Be fine.
but there's a lot of massive vegetation all over that south side. We
make a-
can't touch it because
I'll
that's
make
on
a
land bank. It's on land bank property.
You
that
can,
stuff.
we can always do a view if you want to change it to parged later. Okay,
If we field stone,
get
I
a
don't
win
care.
and move.
Field
Okay.
stone.
Abby, did you
I'll
want to
make a motion to approve with the north side being, I was gonna start with the north retaining wall being poured concrete with a stone veneer.
Yep.
And on the south side, just
Fieldstone.
stacks fieldstone.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, on your motion, Abby,
I'm an I.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and Tom and I.
Yes.
Okay, now we're gonna move to the cabana.
Which is pretty nondescript compared to some of the structures that are in there.
Okay, well, why don't you just hit us up with the revisions and then.
We didn't
make-
touch it. It was, nobody had a comment.
Track.
Okay. Which one? Well, I think we can just write it on there.
I'll just
Right.
write it on there in the office.
Well, you shouldn't be writing anything on
No.
there.
Well, if it's changing, I gotta fix it.
No, Abby, will you annotate circle restrictions conditions
Sure.
on the COA?
Sure.
And when, before we sign it?
Yeah.
All right, so it doesn't have to go through staff then?
Yeah, it's just a simple
Okay,
Thank you.
condition of the approval. It needs to be marked up on the drawing to reflect it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll reflect the drawing.
Okay,
Cabana,
Cabana,
okay. The little guy. And it actually is a cabana.
okay. Scrolling,
Well-
scrolling and scrolling.
This is the hardscape plan, I believe. It's not?
No, this is it.
No, there's a drawing of the, there's elevations for the cabana.
Yeah, next, just the next sheet. There you go.
Yep.
There you go. It
Okay.
is a cabana.
Can we zoom in on the top tier a little bit? Okay, who'd like to begin? Ray?
I'm fine.
Thank you. Joe?
I'm fine as well. I think it's appropriate.
Angus?
So with all the houses that are clustered together, there are a lot of these details that I don't think there are any details that aren't already represented in the neighborhood. That what sets this aside is that it's the farthest south. This is the border. And so these French doors of the cabana are going to be visible from the path that runs along the south side of the property on land bank property.
Actually, they're
So
not.
that would be my concern if they're screened from being visible. I don't have any issues.
They are screened by
Okay,
the
thank you.
vegetation.
Linda, hold on. Abby?
Well, that's the only concern I had as well, are
Okay.
the 4 French or
That's the,
5.
thank you. That's the only concern I have as well, and I'd like to see something on the plan to indicate as part of the approval here that on the, I'm not seeing anywhere for vegetation of the height that would be required, Linda. Can we go to the next?
Yeah, go to the grading plan because it's
Go to
down at
8.1.
level.
Page 1.1, please.
There you go. It's down on,
Yeah, it'd be
there's
too low.
planting all the way here.
Yeah, you'd have to have a 25-foot tall plant. Can we go to the next one up? Nope, that
Right.
sheet, zoom in on the right-hand corner quadrant, please. Yeah, that area. And go just scroll it down so we can see a little bit more towards the bottom of the. A little bit more. Okay, so Linda, just to get to cut to the chase here, we need to have some type of plant material on the level of the pool in
Okay.
order for the cabana doors to be obscured visually.
Okay.
So where, you've got really tight programming in there. There's some seats. It looks like there's room for vegetation. All right, and we would say that this is going to be some type of an evergreen screen, at least 6 feet tall.
Yep. That's what they did with the other two that are also at the bottom
Okay.
of the hill.
But
But that's privet. The other guys have privet.
Yep.
Well, if it sort of is the same provision that we do with pools, not visible.
Oh, the
Yeah.
doors not visible at time of inspection or thereafter.
Yeah.
Like that.
And we could draw in on an exhibit A with some
Yep.
evergreen screening.
Yep. We're
Okay,
already planning that anyway, so.
is that your motion, Angus?
Sure.
Joe, are you good with that?
Yes,
Okay, sorry, you're not here. It's harder, so I don't want to lose you on that.
I understand. I didn't want to take up a valuable space in that room.
No. There's some extra chairs.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
I've written on this, but this says new dwelling, and I've written what we're doing with the retaining wall. So should I just cross it?
Well, the
No,
pool's
because
coming
we
to you.
have it relative to that, so
Okay.
that's okay.
Yeah, and the pool's coming to you next, so.
And frankly, I'd rather tie retainage to houses because then if it's
Okay,
not right,
sorry,
we
I
could hold the
thought it-
CO for the house.
Good point.
Well, Steve also put it
Thought it
down
was-
on the hardscape plan coming through.
You'll have it there. You're
Okay.
good. You're good. You can transfer it on the drawing.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and it was to do what we wanted to do, not visible at time of inspection thereafter with evergreen
Yeah.
screening. I believe it said Angus on your motion.
Aye.
Joe, we got, Abby,
All right,
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm in. Okay, now we're gonna go into the pool hardscape, which at this point is a technical matter, correct?
Yep.
Um,
already been through all the rest of it.
Does anyone disagree? We have screening. We would want to do a not visible time inspection or thereafter.
Okay.
Agree. Angus, do you want to make a trifecta here? Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
Ray.
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Great, thank you.
Okay, good. Now we're on to 92 Washington Street. Is Marshall with us? Leo? I don't think I was chairing this though, was I?
I don't think I'm on this.
Was?
Just try.
Maybe it was Ray.
I thought it was Ray. Yeah, you were chairing this.
Hey, Leo,
Really good.
yes, was I chairing?
Should be green.
Let's check my notes here. Welch, Pohl, Oliver, McLeod, Thornwell, alternate Patton.
I think you were chairing this.
I'll chair it. Hell, sure. Oh yeah, my name does precede yours, Stephen, on this one.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, so Leo, Yes, we're looking for a couple revisions. you were. So let me share my screen if that would be okay. Perfect. Send request.
Oh.
Hey, Leo, Yes, McLeod could also be pronounced McLeod. McLeod. Yes, that sounds good to me.
Okay. That's
I'm going to share this
What's
screen
that?
here.
Angus's name.
Completely unphonetic.
It's a multiverse thing. The different. Hey, Angus, hold up your little name tag, would you?
Can you see my screen now? We can see you clearly.
Oh, goodness.
Not yet.
Let's see here. Share.
I was going to say something else.
I think he did say
I said
share.
I'll share.
Oh, that's funny. You and I heard it the same way.
How's that?
Okay, there we are. We're good.
Great, thank you. So last time we were here, we've made a conclusion for the house and for the shed, and we were down to the garage. And what you have on your screen now is what we submitted last time. And the comment included concerns that were really kind of focused on the dormer arrangement that I had proposed. And you can see on the lower dormer drawings for the longer elevations, I had used a long one on the front and three different shaped ones. And the comments were the window patterns were odd, and the kind of the organization of the dormers wasn't really great. So here are the changes. So if we start in the lower left, you can see we went to two simple 3-window dormers, shed dormers that are aligned over the garage. And then if you go to the north elevation, again, we repeat those 2 dormers. We did add 2 windows down below to get some light into the space. And then the last change was on the upper right, you can see 2 windows were added under the dormers. This was in a stairway that led to the upper level. And in order to make all this work, there was some adjustment to where the eave line was. So it was modest there, just a little shift. And then you can see the roof pitches were changed. They were a little flatter before, and now they're adjusted to a more appropriate. I think it's 3.5 to 12 there. So that's my adjustments. They were pretty simple.
Okay, thank you. Holly, I believe it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the dormers from the last revision, compliant, I think, on the front elevation over the garage doors, consistent with building with Nantucket in mind. I'm not sure about the rear elevation. It looks a little top heavy, like it's leaning to the left. I don't know how to explain that in architectural terms, but And I'm not sure what that visibility is from both the harbor and the street, but those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey,
Yes. So our only concerns were really to do with those 4 light windows. They're mostly in the dormer, but there's a couple below the projecting balcony. They have more of the characteristics of like 2/2 windows. The proportions of the panes are just not typical of a house with traditionally 6/6 windows. So if those panes could change, the windows themselves might have to change in size, but if those panes could change so that the lights related more to the 6/6 windows, that would be it. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you very much. So the board, myself, Stephen, Val, who's not present, Angus, Carrie, who's not present, Connie, you're an alternate. So, we.
Could I offer one more comment about this before
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
deliberate? So, you'll see now on your screen, the 3D model we built of this.
Yeah.
And so this is from the street. You can see the shed. You can see the garage piece. I think there's probably, if I take this model and just move it around a touch, you can see how close I am to the neighbor there. And so, I could understand the comment about, whether the dormers work or not, but if we go around to this side, this is what we're going to see. And so as I walk down the street, they look pretty orderly here. And then you come to this side, it's going to take a lot to see those back dormers there as we move down the street. So they're functional and they're also kind of not very visible from the public way, I would offer. And so our sense was that those would work pretty well in that location. I would agree if the comment was, well, if I can see them, they're not, maybe it looks a little top heavy, but that's only because we put some mitigating elements on the other side. But from this side, again, my comment is, as I'm coming down the street, it is very hard to see those.
Okay, you're making me dizzy. Okay, thank you. All right, so board members. Oh, and by the way, Leo, you have a 4-person board. Myself, Stephen, Angus, and Connie is sitting in on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who wants to start?
I'm happy to start.
Thank you, Angus.
I think this is much improved, much more appropriate. It's always helpful to see the last iteration next to the new iteration. The imbalance that Holly was referring to, I think could be remedied by a third window on the first floor, towards the north side of that, or the east of the north elevation. I appreciate the streetscape of that dormer being pulled as far east as it is in that north elevation, and wishing that the south elevation were similar as far as that being pulled back. And I think that just simplicity would help there. If those two dormers could turn into one dormer that had 4 windows in it, if it could serve both spaces, I think that would be more appropriate than this. That 3D elevation that was making Ray dizzy, I think was really helpful as far as seeing the streetscape and how the volumes work. And I think the further back that dormer gets away from the road, the better on the south elevation. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie?
So my only concern, and it's really limited because I don't think there's going to be a real lack of visibility, is on the north elevation. As has already suggested, adding a third window just to balance it out. But I honestly don't think that's going to be visible at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Let's see. We got Stephen and Ray.
I'll go.
Okay.
Leo, can you rotate this so we can see the gable ends of both the garage and the shed together?
Let's see.
Shift and.
Kind of like that. It's a little low. Let me see if I can
Yeah,
move
that's
it.
all right. I always wondered what it'd be like to sit on the ground across from the structure.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, you know, I think there's definitely things I'd like to see changed, but and just especially considering what was there, which was not dramatically dissimilar, I think this is appropriate and approvable as submitted.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. And Leo's vertiginous presentation convinced me that that north elevation won't be as well, Holly was describing sort of a listing kind of thing. And although that is true, looking at it on elevation, I don't think that that's going to really be problematic given the fact of its proximity to the neighbor's building. So I'm okay with it. There we go.
I'll make
What
a
should we do?
motion to, Leo, next time you'll have to distribute Dramamine.
Yeah, an hour before.
Yeah, and to approve as submitted.
Okay, all those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Any opposition? Doesn't sound like it. Okay, Leo, I think you're good to go.
Terrific. I had just two other items before we close this out, if you wouldn't mind indulging me. So Holly had asked about an elevation certificate, which we were able to find in the prior approvals. Is this what you're looking for, Holly?
Certainly.
Mr. Chair, through you. So if that was from the prior approval, that would be for the prior design. You would have to have an updated elevation certificate that reflects your design. With
Okay.
appropriate format map, but I believe your local land survey knows exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll reach out to him. And then the last question you had, Holly, was about the approval of the demo. There was an approval of the demo, but it dates to 2019. Is this still valid?
No,
They're good for 3 years.
3 years.
So
That's
they'll have
what
to
my
renew
staff
that.
told me.
you got to renew it.
Okay, is that just go through, is that
Leo,
an
I'm sorry, yeah, that one, follow up with Holly in the office.
Okay.
It's renewed. She can run you through the process, or any staff can. Not to
Okay.
cut you off, we got a lot to do tonight.
No, I understand. Thanks so much for your help through the process. I very much appreciate it.
Thanks, Leo. All right, do we have anyone here to represent 5 Pine Crest Drive online? Is Luke around? I'm sorry, not in the queue?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna hold on that. 6 Marion Ave, Ryan. Okay. Okay, so before Ryan starts, the board is myself, Angus, Joe, Connie, and that's the group. Carrie's not here. I did stop at 6 Marion. I met with Bernie and Ryan and kind of walked them through maybe some modifications that would be appropriate. I have not had a chance to preview this, so I don't know if those were incorporated, but we'll see. Ryan, you're up. We cannot hear you if you're speaking.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Hello, members of the board. It's Ryan Blaney here representing my father, Bernie Blaney, and our family's property, 6 Marion Avenue. In our newest proposal, we have carefully taken into account all suggestions made by the board over the course of the last 5 months. As a reminder, some of the suggestions made have been to remove a proposed privet hedge perimeter, instead provide natural vegetation around the pool and hardscape, swapped the original positions of the cabana and the pool, shrink the size of the pool, sink the pool into the land, add elevations to the drawings, and bring the pool closer to the house. I believe we have abided by all of these suggestions, as well as other suggestions made in previous meetings, and hope we can get our plan approved tonight. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks. And you guys have all seen the prior okay. So who would like to begin? Again, it's myself. Angus, Joe, and Connie.
This is Joe speaking. I'll go if you want.
Thanks, Joe.
Sure. I appreciate the shift. There's a couple things here that I think make a lot of sense and alleviate the concerns that I had. I think the shift of the driveway away from the front of the building and removing that parking court there, I think is a nice, even though we're not talking about the house, in terms of the landscape approach to the house in conjunction with the pool, I think it's definitely a net benefit that now the house is going to have some buffer from the street and not a straight visual to it. And then with respect to the pool, on the previous application, my concern was how it was closer to the street and it looks like it's moved, much further away from the street, looks like as far as it could go really. And the topography that was implied on that previous application kind of gave you a sight line to the pool. And it looks like that's all been modified to create less visibility. It looks like the cabana structure does a better job of screening it. And now you have 2 layers of plantings. So, and it looks to me like this is definitely less symmetrical and it has more of an organic feel to it. And I think as long as it's not visible, this plan feels like it's appropriate for this context.
Thanks, Joe. Angus?
I agree with everything Joe just said.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Ryan, I appreciate the changes and I agree.
Excellent, thanks. Ryan, Bernie, I appreciate you guys taking my comments to heart. They've all been incorporated and I have no concerns.
Motion to approve as submitted
Not
with the pool caveat.
visible time inspection or thereafter.
Yes.
On your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Congratulations, guys. You got yourself a pool.
Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
Now, Ryan, just
Yes.
before you go, I don't see the cabana on here. Is that coming in at a later date?
We can get that cabana sent to you. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna wanna, just wanted to make sure we circled that, close that circle. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to 75 Fairgrounds. Jose, see, is that Esmeralda? Send the queue. Ezzy. Yeah. Is this your?
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, great.
So are we here now?
Yes, so we're on 75 Fairgrounds. Esmeralda is presenting.
I am here.
Hello, Esmeralda.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, why don't you tell us what sheet you'd like us to be on and let us know what your revisions were.
So we can go to the form. I think it's the second page. That one there. I was last here October 22nd, and you requested to add on the west elevation, a window on the dormer or that front facade where it was all that empty space. And then the shed, I'm not sure if I'm saying the terminology correct, but anyways, I circled what was added. And then the previous elevation shows the changes.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see, the board is myself, Ray, Abby, Val is not with us currently, and Angus. Who would like to begin? Oh, actually, Angus stepped out of the room for a moment, but I know he's listening intently. So that leaves Ray and Abby to begin. And fresh off our meeting where we talked about previewing, I'm teasing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we already
Yeah.
saw this.
Yeah.
Well, okay. The broken back thing is still an issue for me.
Yeah.
And why is it bubbled? Because wasn't that there before?
So Esme, there's a couple questions on the, I think the west
Or east?
or east elevations with the
both-
broke back where the two roof planes join. Was that?
No, if you go to the original submission, see how it was on the, well, it says right elevation. See how, I guess you call it shed dormer.
Yeah.
And it got moved into what was requested.
So
Okay.
on the right elevation of the east, this became a broke back versus a dormer.
Oh, it's missing a line
Hang on,
going down.
guys. Okay, so like to call this a broken back is not really accurate. This is really a flush shed dormer. And in the earlier iteration, there was like this faux rake that ran down, but it was flush, like the dormer, quote unquote, was flush with the gable. And then that fake rake was removed so that it, is, I mean, if this were a single story piece, that would probably qualify as a broken back. But as a 2-story piece, it's really just a dormer that doesn't respect the 3-foot setback on either side. So there, that's mainly my issue.
Okay. Let's see, Angus.
That's my issue.
Okay, Abby.
I don't have, if you can remedy that, I don't have an issue with this.
Okay. So technically it is a broke back, but it is also a dormer that is extended to the furthest most points left and right in order to become a 2-story element. I don't think it's typical, but I'm also trying to figure out what
Visibility.
visibility, because it's the north, right?
Yeah.
Let me double check it's the rear elevation, so it's
See the profile.
sorry, I'm trying to get the site plan here. Yeah, so it's the rear elevation. Yeah, you'd see the profile from the,
You would see it from Fairgrounds
Yeah.
Road looking down the driveway.
yeah. Okay, Esme, so it looks like that's got to go back to a dormer.
Okay.
Which, you know what we're talking about? Is basically if you're looking at your east revised to east right elevation, the bubble on the right shows that, for lack of a better term, a bastardized broke back. And it needs to look like the bubble on the left, which is it needs to go back to a dormer.
So back to its original.
Well, no,
Or Ray will make a suggestion.
I'm going to make a suggestion as me. If it became a dormer in this, and I'm speaking for myself, not for the board, but I'm just making a suggestion here. If it became like the dormer that you're showing on the front elevation, a real dormer that had the rebate off of the gable, just do that on the back and the problem goes away. It's a dormer.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose, you're gonna probably lose about 4 square feet of your second floor, but that's it.
Make that your
Okay.
motion.
That's my motion.
Okay, on Ray's motion, Ray, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Exhibit A.
I'll make one.
Yeah, that's an exhibit A.
Aye.
If I may, through the chair, is this a staff approval?
It's gonna be an exhibit A, so it'll be quicker. You just basically get the exhibit A, make the modifications to the drawing, bring them in with the exhibit A. I think you know how that works.
I do. Got it.
Bye, Az.
Thank
Thanks.
you so much. Bye, everyone.
Good evening. Now we're on to 88 Pacamo. Oh, goodness.
I know. I feel like every time.
Somebody hear that?
There's always a delay. And then the board gets frustrated at me. So I just,
We're already frustrated.
I know. I don't want to add to it.
Did you
It's,
bring,
it's too late.
It's too
Don't
late.
say anything else.
did you bring Snickers? Okay, Matthew.
Okay, so we've obviously discussed this previously, and we submitted applications for the new business deadline to move this structure on to the property across the street at 81 Pocomo Road. It's something that we've been working on for a number of months now, but as you know, move-ons and move-offs, they're complicated, and I want to have a high level of confidence before submitting those applications or even discussing it. So it is still listed as a move-off demo in case things fall apart. I don't want them to, and I sincerely hope they don't. I don't think they will, but I also don't want to be in a position, if they do, to be back at square one, 2 months later.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
That's it. I mean,
Okay.
it's going to go across the street, and it works really well and planned in terms of the orientation, and that also goes for the guest house as well. So I'm, like I said, very happy about that, and hopefully you are too. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matt. Let's see, your board is myself, Ray, Angus, Joe, and Connie. Who'd like to begin?
Mr. Chair.
Holly?
One, I did want to just mention for the record that there have been abutters. I looked online, there isn't anybody, and I know there's nobody here at the moment, but I just want to mention that for the record, that we were cognizant of abutters in the past. And two, I'm glad to hear that there's momentum of relocating the structure. I did want to just offer some, that's what I'm here, I guess, for some advice on if the board is so inclined. I think a move off would be more appropriate. Looking at the past application that was for you for the demo that did not go any, or essentially the application that was before you before that didn't go. I just wanted to mention that for the record. And hope that we see the application for 81 Pocomo. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus.
Hallelujah to 81 Pocomo. That would be fantastic. Yeah, I just don't think anyone wanted to see this be lost or wasted. It's a good looking building that's already been approved and built, and I look forward to seeing that application for the move. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Joe.
Angus's comments, it sounds like Matt is also looking to get the approval for the demo, not just for the move. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yeah. Well, as an observer, I haven't sat on this before, but I've watched it closely and have read all the abutters concerns and so forth. And I'm glad to see that somebody has come forward to potentially take this. I thought that was the best case scenario, that somebody would be willing or able to take the entirety of this, but even its components look like that far part on the left could be moved as a house. So I'm hopeful that 81 actually ends up happening, but if it doesn't, I'm hopeful that there'll be other potential solutions that won't have this end up in the landfill. So I'm okay with the application.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Connie.
Yeah, I also would be in favor of the move to 81 Pocomo. I think that's great. And I'm a little concerned if it does go to a demo though. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
So this is, how do I say this? First of all, wearing my HTC hat, this building, because of its age, we should be allowing a demo of it. Now, that's the HTC hat. That's not the, concerned about wanton misuse of materials hat. So I think if well, I would approve a demo of this building. I think I've said that before. I frankly don't see how this building could possibly be moved, in one piece. You have to cut it into 5 pieces, 6 pieces. So, look, as somebody who lives here, I think that would be great if you were able to do it, but my vote is going to be for a move off / demo, because I think the reality is this is probably going to get demolished. Whether people can use the materials somewhere else, that would be great. That's all I have to say on this. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks. I think that leaves me, yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. I think, Matt, as a practical matter, I'd like to go back to, without getting deeply into it, some discussion we had, which is, first of all, I want to say, I love the idea of this being moved because you're saving those clipped gables that we worked on. And
Love
I think it
yeah.
really makes the structure, it adds just enough to a really great design to make it more like, in 50 years, this would be, borderline iconic home up there on the hill, instead of a Nantucket typical design. So having said that, I'd love to see it stay. I'd love to see it moved. I think you're gonna have difficulty with that, being a realist, planning for Shakespeare, hoping for Disney. I think we've got to talk about maybe deconstruction, and I would ask that that would be part of your plan, because disassembling this structure to a reasonable extent and would allow these materials to be reused, and they are in many ways virtually new. They would be alternative materials under the building code, but they're so new that they would be usable without question. I know you and I have spoken about this on other structures, and the idea that I believe you have a contractor who's done that in the past. So I would strongly support that notion and ask that if it isn't moved, that would be the first step, deconstruction versus an outright demolition. That's the bigger picture. The second is the application needs to be modified to indicate move off in addition to demo.
I think it is. I think we did edit it.
Okay, the one I have here doesn't have it. That's all.
If
I have a
could,
question for the chair.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Stephen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would the chair entertain a motion for a move off deconstruction? Which essentially is a demo, but it speaks to the methodology.
Yeah, I mean, I would entertain it. Matt, would you?
yeah, I would. I would also say too, the contractor has offered, he said that he's done it previously where he's like stacked material. And I would just also reiterate, because I think a lot of the coverage of this project indicates that this is a finished structure. It's not even finished shingled. I mean, it's an empty shell on the inside. Having said that, I would also say too that the goal is to try to move it in one piece. Now we've just started the conversations with the move contractors, but because it literally is going across the street, the hope is, that it can stay in one piece. That's why there's an ideal scenario. We had been looking at another scenario, and that's also why it's been a bit challenging, this process, because we have been actively working on trying to, move the structure. But this is ideal because it's literally across the street. So that's our hope. Again, and I do have a fairly high level of confidence that it is going to be moved, just based on conversations with both parties, and it's kind of a win-win for everybody. But again, just not wanting to be in a position 2 months from now or back at square one, I would certainly agree to a deconstruction and salvaging, if you will. Again, it's mostly going to be studs, windows, and shingles, some trim and corner boards. But as you all know, when you kind of pull those things apart, you can salvage. But I just want to reiterate that there's not a whole lot there. We've gotten a lot of calls about flooring and appliances, and I have to repeat to everybody, there's nothing in the inside. So
Okay.
we're happy to do that, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. So what we're looking at, actually, I'm just going to make this motion. Move deconstruction and salvage with the application amended to indicate move deconstruction versus demo structure.
We could certainly do that. I thought we did do that. I don't know if it's an older app, but
Joe on the motion.
Aye.
Let's see, Ray,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, let's see, 39 Cliff, new dwelling. What do we have? Is that Chip, MCA?
No.
No, that's Mark. Why? That's Chip.
You're
Mark.
so funny. Every time.
Every time.
Really, every
I've
time.
got a disconnect there. Nobody on that one? Okay. Cheese and crackers.
I know.
That's the owner. Let's see, Reed, you're up for 32 Canterbury. Thank you, Matt.
With your permission, Mr. Chair?
Please go ahead.
So I think we can go right to the elevations. That's where the changes were primarily made. The previous comments were, yeah, that would be perfect, thank you. Were primarily around the rigidity and formality of that front sort of connection fenestration. So what we decided to do, previously we had one continuous roof plane that was deemed sort of atypical to the island and elsewhere. So we dropped it to something that was more characteristic of a 1.5 story instead of a 1 3/4 story, and went back to the smaller windows, which were appealing to some of the board members. And in order to keep it in some sort of kinship with the rest of the house, consolidated it to one dormer to echo the dormer that's on the north side of the building. That eave line of that dormer is now in line with the massing to the right, as well as the secondary massing that's to the left as we're seeing it now. That massing to the left was also brought down to meet that. So that creates sort of a singular datum across that elevation that I think reinforces again the location of that eave line on the front. As far as other changes that were made, the chimney height was asked to be lowered just based on proximity to surrounding structure. So we did that. And then the only other changes that were made were on the west elevation, where there was a concern about sort of quantity and scale of fenestration. So we reduced the dimensions as well as the units, especially on the second floor. Angus, you had asked for a different rhythm. And so what we did was separated them into sets of 2 on the first floor and then singular units that stacked on the second floor. And then the sliders that were previously proposed on with respect to the rear elevation were changed on the right side, changed to French doors instead of sliders. And that's the extent of my comments, and look forward to hearing yours.
Thank you. Let's see, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie.
What happened to Ray?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I appreciate the changes.
Oh, thanks, Ellie.
Thanks. Oh, I'm not on this.
No, not on this one. Not on this one or the next one. I haven't flipped the page yet. Let's see, who'd like to begin?
I could go. This is Joe speaking.
Thanks, Joe.
Sure. I was okay with this last time. and I think that the 3 square 4-light windows in that dormer are a little atypical, but I don't see them having a lot of visibility. I guess you're viewing this obliquely. I think my only comment is related to those square windows, and I think that if you had 3 ganged double hung windows there, I'd be fine with that. That's a clear story space. It looks like, although they may get too close to that door down below now. I don't know. I actually like the roof line of the dormers on the previous application, but I might be in the minority. I have no concerns with any of the other revisions that have been made.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Who's next?
I could go,
Ab-
because I wanted to come off something, Joe had said that, so we've had, if, to me, it's always been those center windows and the sort of offset of these 2 gables coming forward, but I think a combination of, in that shed dormer, in one shed dormer, 6/6s would pull these two masses together and somehow give it some unity, because even though it's 3 windows, it's sort of balancing it out for me. So I'd be happy with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you. So I'm with Joe on this. The square 4 lights seem out of proportion, and a different format. They're nearly square panes compared to the 2/1s that are pretty much everywhere else in the facade. It's almost like they want to be too light, side by side or something, but I would much rather see that eave come across underneath and have the dormer set back just a little bit. It would still supply light to the clear story. And to drop the eave down to the head casing of the windows, just to sort of diminish them, because right now they I think are outscaling the other windows. And my only other concern is on the west elevation, and I think maybe my comments were misinterpreted. I actually appreciated that there weren't all the French doors along the middle of the house, that it was a series of single doors. And so that would still be my preference. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Connie.
I have nothing else to add. My one concern is on the east elevation, and it's been mentioned about those windows. Thank you.
Okay, can we zoom in on the upper right? I'm sorry, one more, the prior elevation, I think. Yeah. That little drawing there. A little bit more, please. The upper one of the 2. So I think this is much more appropriate, and those are my only comments.
I have a chair to just
no.
as a clarification to Abby's comment. Abby, with this view that we're looking at, were you suggesting potentially that these 3 separate dormers become one dormer with a triple ganged in the middle? Is that what you were suggesting?
Yeah, and I thought that's what you were saying, but
yeah, it is. I just I was curious if we are on the same page. And I think that if that happened and the head casing or the dormers dropped down so that the eave was sitting on top of the head casing there, I think that's in Exhibit A. And it sounds like the west elevation, I'm in agreement with Angus. I actually preferred the previous west elevation with this rhythm of this separated fenestration versus the French doors that are there. So
Joe?
Yes.
Can you make that an Exhibit A motion?
I can. Yes, I can make that an Exhibit A motion.
And
So
on your
motion to approve this with Exhibit A, whatever elevation this is, the front elevation. We'll make that dormer modification and we'll go back to the previous elevation on the west.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
I second, but I just want to clarify we're talking about on the west elevation, the middle area becoming those single doors instead of the two French doors flanking double windows in the middle. But we are going to keep just the two doors above and below to the right of that, in that right gable, instead of going back to the 4-panel, right?
Agreed, yes.
Okay. Aye.
Okay, so we've got on the vote, Joe, Abby, and Angus. Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Reed. And now we're on to 33 Cliff.
Yeah. I'm on Zoom.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. Okay, so we added the colors for the front door and the mudroom door, and the shutters we put as mineral alloy. I think that was a request. And then we reduced the scale of the benches at the front. We removed the corner boards throughout the house and added the shingle flare. Added the brackets to the bay windows. That's the west. Again, just the corner board removal on the south. The north, I think, is going to just be the corner board removal. On the east, sorry. Yep. The east, we added some more detail to the railings. I think there was some concern that given the high style of the gambrel, that the just standard picket railing was too plain. So we added some little more Chippendale detail to those railings. And I think those were the main comments. I also just wanted to address the paint color. I mean, I was down below on Saturday and, looked up. I mean, I think we've reduced the amount of trim. I think this house is actually appropriate as white, and am concerned that if it wasn't white, it would actually stick out, because every single house on the cliff, on the bluff overlooking town is white. And I'm not even sure you can see this house from below, because I think it's right in front of where trying to think of Stone Barn is. It's very hard to see. And that was it.
Okay, thank you. Holly, did you have anything on this?
Sure, thank you. Appreciate the changes. Of course, this is replacing the 1980s Horchow house. And my concern still stands regarding the glazing. And I did want to make a comment back to the previous structure from the 80s. You all saw some changes within last year to that structure, and there were photographs looking up from Jefferson. So you can see this location from down there. So I just want to mention that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Al's not with us currently, Joe, and Connie.
Stephen?
Oh, Mickey, yeah?
Yes, just quick ones. Good with the changes. Our only concern is still regarding the width of the bay windows on the front of the house. They're fairly large and horizontal, and I think that they make those gable ends feel rather top heavy. So that if they could be reduced by just one pane width of the window in the center, I think that would really lighten up the feel of those two bay windows and be an improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to begin?
Hey, Stephen, one last comment, or it's really a question. What is the roof material on those bay windows?
But they could be shingle.
Okay, thank you.
Mickey bought you guys some time. Who's up?
I'll go.
Angus.
So I appreciate dropping the corner boards. I think that's just going to read so much more harmoniously with the rest of the structure. It's just it looks like a quintessential summer cottage, perfectly appropriate for the cliff. And I I would love for it to stand out with some sort of muted, darker color than white. I did mean to ask the question on the front of the house, on the west elevation, what color are the shutters proposed?
They're blue, mineral alloy. They're like a gray blue. As would be the front door.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with Mickey about the bay window. I'd mentioned that for just dropping one pane width with those. And I appreciate the scaling down of the benches on the front. Everything seems to work really well there. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, I I agree with what's been said with respect to the bays, and I think I've done a 180 on the white trim concerns now that I see it all these elevations without the corner boards. And if the shutters are going to be the mineral alloy and the front door, then I actually feel like the white will offset the blue or complement the blue, especially with the gray shingle. And I think it would be appropriate. Given the gambrel, a lot of this, there's a lot of roof plane in the gambrel. And I think the white is going to be, if you end up doing white, the rake board trim and the eave trim, it's not a lot of elements compared to other houses up there. And I think this house is just going to be a wonderful addition to the architectural environment here. It's a really appropriate house for the area. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's quite a nice design. I agree about losing the one pane in the bay windows because right now they do draw your attention to that second floor. And if I just making those just 3/1s, I think is it 3/1? That it would calm that down.
4/1, excuse me, right?
4/1. I'm blurring here. But I think the front door could use a little trim. It's such a it's got a lot of ornate things going on here. So I think the front door deserves a little more trim on it. I appreciate the corner boards coming off. And say bay window, front door. Yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
I agree. I appreciate all the changes. I do agree with the minor reduction in the bay windows. I have no problem with the color selections, the white. And I think the suggestion about maybe beefing up that front door is not a bad idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get clarification on that front door? Are you both suggesting that there be more of a frontis with respect to trim, or you're saying more detail with respect to the door itself?
I hadn't gotten very far with it. I just think that the trim looks minimal and the trim itself, if that was, it's an elaborate design, and then you have this sort of bathroom trim. So like
Choose
Yeah,
it up.
we can certainly do that. And I was actually thinking it might be nice to do like a necklace door, with the panes that go around one single pane up above, maybe a glass door.
No, so like a necklace, a bracelet.
Yeah, a
Okay.
bracelet. Thank you. Wrong
Sure.
term.
No. We got it.
Mhm.
Anything else, Connie?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So, Lisa, what color are the benches gonna be?
White.
Okay. Yeah, I think a bracelet window and maybe just bulk up a tiny bit on the side casings. No disagreement on those bay windows. I kind of like them larger, but now that I'm looking at it, I think losing a pane on width is there. Color, it'll be interesting to see how that turns out with that shutter color. What would we like to do in terms of a quick exhibit A, perhaps to annotate the door?
I can do an exhibit A,
Okay,
and I'll make that,
and the bay
you want-
windows.
do you want me to go through the changes?
Yeah, I think it's.
Okay, so we're going to beef up the trim around the front door and make the top part of the front door a bracelet window?
Bracelet window.
Bracelet window. We're going to take out one pane full, we're gonna narrow the door, bay windows to four
Mhm.
over ones. And we are appreciating the design a lot.
That was up.
That's it. Okay. That's my motion.
On Abby's motion, Abby,
Aye.
see Angus,
Hi.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank
that
you.
unanimously. That allows us to flip the page for the first time tonight. Okay, it's 7:38. We're on to 7 Farmer Street. Is Lindsay here?
Oh, not on this either. Okay.
7 Farmer.
That's not me.
Oh, yeah.
Is Lindsay there?
Yeah.
Okay, so Lindsay, your board is myself, Abby, Val's not with us currently, Angus, Carrie's not with us currently, and Joe is next in line. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Connie. And for the record, Ray is recused.
But no, I'm just not on it.
Oh, it says you're recused.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is, diagonally across from my house. Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. I didn't take it personally. Hi
there.
Let's go.
All right. So we listened to what the board had to say. I think there was a current concern about too much brick. So we did a split. We did the cobblestones in the middle, kept the cobblestones in the middle, and then did the brick around. We reduced the amount of brick. It did extend to become the walkway to the front door. We narrowed that up, and we're going to keep the kind of natural fieldstone walkway to the front door to reduce the amount of brick. And then we still have those drains in there, which we need for drainage. So, and then obviously that wall that's on that exists along the right side that Abby was asking about is going to remain as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I have a question.
Sure.
How come we have colors on the agenda?
What's that?
It was rhetorical.
Okay.
Anyway, I know what's where sometimes. Ollie,
yeah.
go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a pre-1768 Dutch colonial within the fish lots. Appreciate the revision. Separating the rock walkway from the driveway is important. The brick in the running bond with the cobble in the middle is appropriate, much more than what was approved previously submitted. And for the age of this historic structure, I did notice the dimensions of the driveway, but I think it would be helpful to have the entire width annotated, making sure that it meets chapter 139-20.1 of the zoning bylaw. and annotate the plans, that the existing stone wall is to stay. I know it's there, but there's no notes to indicate that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Would like to begin. Mickey, you guys got anything?
Just a quick one. We still feel that the cobblestones are more appropriate for the age and the style of the building. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. County.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you gonna use the cobbles that were there or just?
Yeah.
So you, okay,
We're gonna use the same cobbles. We're just gonna kind of neaten it up a little bit.
okay. I kind of like the cobblestone driveway, but I wouldn't be adverse to what was proposed, the brick with the cobbles in the middle. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie. Angus?
I appreciate the reduction in the use of brick. I do believe that the cobblestone responds best to the existing structure, but I wouldn't be opposed to the current proposal.
Thanks. Joe?
I think this current proposal is a nice marriage of appropriate materials, and the maintaining that cobble walkway to the front door kind of ties in with the existing cobble walks that are here. So I have no concerns with this revision.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Abby?
I appreciate the changes. I appreciate, you know, keeping that bed on the right-hand side. I think that gives it a nice balance. And it cuts down on the brick. I appreciate keeping the cobbles. I preferred the cobbles, but, looks like you've got a drainage problem or something, but because those things are still there, those drains. Look,
You won't see them, but yeah, no, we definitely have a drainage problem.
yeah, it does look odd in the drawing, but okay, so you say we're not going to see them. That is very nice. I've got nothing to add. Thanks.
Thanks, Abby. I guess that leaves me. Lindsay, where are the drain, is that drain shown in the, I mean, I don't know what it is because there isn't a profile. I'm familiar with different.
They're
Drain.
linear drains, so it's like it'll just appear like there's a joint, like without anything in the middle of it. It's not going to be like one of the ones that are actually visible where you see like a grate on top. It's like it's like a slot drain.
Okay, because if it was gonna be something you were gonna see, I was gonna say, I'd like to see it move to the road and then backfeed it to the drain. You'll still catch it before it goes in the road, but it's at a natural joint as opposed to in the middle of the driveway. How is that gonna work with the cobblestone in the middle? You're gonna cut those in half where the,
Exactly.
okay,
Yeah, and actually, I was telling Alicia, it actually works better with the running pond to have these linear slot drains than with the herringbone, because it's going to look a lot more natural. We'll just make sure that the joint lines match where the slot drain's going to go.
right, except for where the cobble's gonna be, it's gonna look odd.
Well, you won't see it because like the cobbles will sit a little proud of it, like we'll sit a little higher. So
Right, but Lindsay, cobble's laid randomly, so it's not gonna fit in a joint like it does between the running bonds. So you're either gonna have to orient on both sides of this line drain, cobbles left to right in a straight line. You're gonna have to cut them in half. I don't think it's the end of the world. It's gonna be under the car, but I just want to point out it's not gonna look natural. You're gonna see a line there.
I don't. I think I've done it before. I don't think you'll see it, but to your point, there will be a car over top of it anyway.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna see where the cobble is because there's no way you can make a straight line through cobble without either lining up the cobble or cutting the cobble. But again, it'll be under the car. What do we want to do, folks?
Approve as
I would
submitted.
motion to approve as, oh, sorry, Mangus, go ahead.
Oh, a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
I
and I'm an aye. That allows us to move on to 18 Bishop's Rise. A gate.
Yep. So I'll wait for the drawings to get put up there.
Oh, gosh.
Ray, you're on this one.
I am.
So on this one, we pretty much did everything you guys had asked for. We pushed the gate back 10 feet. It's got the granite posts. We simplified, we got rid of the curves in it, made it a simple country gate, natural to weather. I think that was all the concerns the board had on this one.
Okay, who'd like to go?
You know,
Are we stopping at 8?
I
Get
can,
moving.
I can,
Go ahead. Ray.
you know, thank you, Lindsay, for the adjustments. I still feel like these horizontal members are just too thin. I mean, I just wish they were wider, and maybe that's the
We can make them
traditional-
wider if you want to just make.
Yeah, I mean, it just, this seems like it's just gonna splinter in the
Snap.
wind. Yeah, exactly.
You want to say double the width?
Yeah, I mean, what are they right now? 1x4s or less?
They're probably 1x4, but we could make them 1x8.
1x6 or something,
Okay.
5x6.
And just to clarify, Ray, you're talking about width, you're talking.
The
about height,
horizontal, like the horizontal members, they look.
But you're talking about the height being taller?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, who's next?
Ditto on the diagonal too, by the way.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who's next? Abby,
I agree with Ray's comments.
Joe? Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Ray's comments.
I agree.
Kind of get you on the next one. Angus?
Agreed.
Okay, motion,
Okay,
exhibit A.
my motion will be to, and this is, it looks like all the members are the same size, so the motion can be fairly easy. We change them all to 5/4x6. Are you okay with that, Lindsay?
Yep.
All right, that's my motion.
So that was me, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe, and Ray's exhibit A. On your exhibit A motion, Ray.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
and I'm an aye. On to 13, Nancy and
Thank you.
Lee.
Thanks.
This will be me, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie.
Can I share? I would have shared today. This way. That's the problem.
Let's see.
Presenter. What there you go. Be there. Oh, we're starting with 13.
Yes.
Okay. No.
The board I just read, it is me, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie. It'll be the same for both. It'll be the same for both of these. Both of these. Both of these.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you. That's why I don't share. It takes a little bit. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're gonna look at, I think 13 first.
Yep.
And, at the last meeting, basically, a lot of the comments revolved around, the roof pitches of the porches that were steep, the pent roof, pitches as well. Those were too steep. We also had, metal roofs everywhere, which we have since omitted. And then you've also asked for a streetscape, which we have provided. So I don't know if you can see my screen. So, all right, so this is there's obviously two structures. We worked really hard to actually make the two structures have different identities, architectural identities, but have consistency in both their roof pitches, materials, window types, et cetera, so that while they're two separate buildings, we wanted them to communicate. In terms of a hierarchy, this structure is what I would consider the primary, and so it's got the cupola on it. But if you look at the south elevation, which is the most prominent elevation, we've adjusted the roof pitch. As I said, we've changed the material of the roofs to just black asphalt architectural. Because I do think they're going to want to do some level of PV solar panels on the roof, and I feel like black's the best choice for that. On the longitudinal elevation, which is east elevation, we do have the board and batten material change on the what I'm referring to as the connector piece, if you will, but that is set back, has a pretty significant revetment. And so I think that when you look at the buildings from Nancy and you're really going to view these as the front, see the front mass primarily, if you will. Working towards the rear elevation, again, fairly simple, fairly utilitarian. And then the west elevation, which does have that elevator tower, which is a requirement. It's not project higher than 30 feet though, which we thought was successful. And we've got a couple of perspectives to show what the structure would look like from Nancy Ann independently. You can see that we've got some, we set the building, the secondary masses back. I think it's about 7 or 8 feet. So that does have a really strong additive massing language, if you will. Previously, the revetments were 18 inches. And then we have the streetscapes. So this lower image here just shows what the buildings would look like together, if you will. We're going to look at 15 after this, and but not to jump ahead to that one, but one of the things that Val had requested was the addition of 1-story additive masses on the front of the buildings. And so that's what we've done with 15. But hopefully you can see these two together and see how they read as 2 separate buildings, and but they also communicate with one another. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, who'd like to begin? Myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie.
It's a lot to digest. I just, could I go? Should I make a stab at it?
Yeah.
So, Matt, I'm on the east elevation, and I think you've done a pretty good job of, in and out with the masses, but the roof line appears almost as one line. And I was wondering, is there any way to sort of change that, as instead of having like 150 feet of one roof line?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could answer that.
Go ahead.
So we, Abby, we can, we tried to keep all the roof pitches fairly consistent throughout the entire building, but that stretch in particular, we could drop to a shallower pitch. And I don't think you're ever really going to pick up on that. And that might give you that break that you're looking for.
How would you do that?
Just change the pitch, just on that center section connector piece. It would go to a shallower pitch. So you'd have, it would probably be in the realm of, like maybe a foot or so that we could drop it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Anything else, Abby?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Who's next?
Well, I'll go.
Angus.
So for a situation where if you look at the entirety of 15 and 13 together, you see all the windows line up, and as Abby's already pointed out, a number of the eaves and roof lines line up. But when you look at sheet A401, the perspective on the lower part of the sheet, just because of how the masses are broken up, getting pulled and pushed, I think that concern will be mitigated. And I think this has come a long way to being much more appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Ray?
Angus, could you say what you just said again?
I doubt it. No, if you go to, okay, here what's the
I'm
perspective.
looking at 401.
Yeah, so up in the upper part, you can see all these lines are consistent. Like this eave comes across.
Yeah.
All the windows are the same. The eaves are the same.
Yeah.
But then when you go down in the perspective, what you'll really see is that because this is pushed back, it's not going to really line up with that. And same with the windows. And so I feel like, yes, these two match up, but then this goes up high and that goes lower. And then that's pushed back. I feel like for having consistency in floor heights and window heights, there have been some good tricks to mitigate the effects of it all lining up.
Thanks. It's interesting because I had like the perspectives were telling me something a little bit different. So I'm looking at sheet 301 and I'm seeing this little pent roof kind of thing that's running across those three windows. That's, you know, superfluous, I would say, and it's not that deep. And it also sort of ends at the corner board. And I want to speak about corner boards because there don't appear to be any. And then there's a roof that's a different eave height that takes up on the other side of the same corner, which I find really strange. Like, I do like this concept of things being broken up, but then there's certain places where I think that that's working against the design. Like I would really like, if we're looking at page 9, view of 13 Nancy Ann Lane 01. I'd like to see that roof just wrap around the corner and have a hip on it. You know, it looks like, I don't know, looks like two separate flat
Oh, yeah.
facades that kind of just got stuck together. And then was it us who had requested getting rid of the corner boards?
I don't know if you did specifically, but we happy to put them back.
I mean, I personally think that this building would benefit from it just because there wouldn't be just so much damn shingle.
Yeah.
You know, it would kind of separate all these big wide expanses of shingle. So that's all I have to say for right now. Yeah, other than that, yes, it has come a long way.
Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add. I agree with what's been said already. I do like the perspectives of both the buildings side by side.
Yeah.
I think that helps a lot. Oops. Yeah, like I said, I think everything's been said already. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Man, I agree with the comments that have been made. I think my biggest concern at this point is that other than the roof you talked about to decrease the pitch in order to break the roof plane, the ridge, I think all these major roof planes need to be a 7, not a 6. The 6 is going to look, I don't think the
6 and
perspectives,
12?
yeah, I don't think the perspectives
Mm.
represent, given the size of these structures, the impact that a 612 will have. And I think it's a negative impact. I think the 7 is really the minimum.
Are you saying,
I agree with
make
that.
so the gables would become steeper?
Well, yeah, so like
Okay.
here, can you go back up, go back to the one below? Yeah. So all these roof planes are now 6. And when you see that in real life, it is a very,
Yeah.
given its size, it's a foreign element, and given its size of these structures, it's going to be much more pronounced than is shown in the 2-dimensional and in the perspective.
Do you think it's going to appear taller though?
I think it's
if
going to appear taller, but
steeper?
it's going to be only slightly taller, but it's going to be more appropriate.
How tall is it now, building?
Just under 30,
How much just under 30?
like an inch.
Quarter of an inch.
Oh, okay.
Quarters of an inch.
So if we were to go to a 7 and 12, that's going to be at least a foot higher.
think we could, well, what I would do is just drop the plate, second
Yeah,
floor
you can
plate,
make it
knee
up
wall
on
height.
rock.
I can make
Okay.
all the gable forwards 7 pitches. If I could, and it would just mean that the plate height gets lower, the building wouldn't get taller. I can also add the corner boards and then Ray's suggestion of just wrapping that pent roof around. It means that the roof on
They're
this
two
pitch-
different depths, right?
Yeah, what it would
And
happen
two
is
different eve heights.
the
Yeah.
east, we would align they would have to align and we would make the one that's on the east elevation be the same depth as the one that's on the facade of the building. But I don't see any reason why we couldn't hip that. And I think that could be a really nice addition to that mass, if you will.
So you're gonna raise it? And
I would
make it
raise it to a line and then I would increase
a
the
little less
depth.
deep?
I would probably make it, because I feel like the one that's on the facade of the building on the south elevation should be, I'm hesitant to make that any shallower, so it does look even.
Can we go to the sheet, Matt? It's on the lower right-hand corner. It says view of 13 Nancy Ann Lane, 01. It's a perspective drawing
Mhm.
on an 8.5 by 11. There it is, right? That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, so I would just raise the header so it's consistent. And then I
Are we
would
gonna
just
match the depth of the one on the front to the side or
Exactly.
the one on the side to the front?
match the one on the front, so the
Okay,
the
so
one on
a
the
little
side would get a
deeper
little
on
bit
the side.
deeper, yeah.
Okay,
That's a terrible drawing. Can't draw.
okay.
Can
Abby?
we spitball just a little bit?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about Ray's comment about the trim, and the trim is natural. And I think it's not going to pop as much because it's not going to be gray. The sash is black. And the roof is dove gray and the doors are dove gray. So it's sort of a quiet. I mean,
Okay, so the trim is natural.
That's the way it is currently, yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna try and save your clients a lot of money.
Please do.
Okay, so if it's natural trim, it's gonna be red cedar.
Yeah.
Which costs like 4 times as much as primed, wood.
Painted gray is fine. That would be
Yeah, and
preferable.
I'm happy that Abby pointed that out because I think this building would look seriously grim in natural trim, like
Yeah.
really.
I agree.
Yeah,
We're just spitballing.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with
Yeah.
gray.
Angus?
So I just want to clarify with this getting hipped. So the proximity, the height of this seems correct, but these doors require a certain height to make use of the full height. So how does that square?
We would raise the header on the
This-
south elevation, yeah.
So go up.
it's an interesting problem.
Yeah, because that's gonna change the perception of. Can we go to the elevation? Matt, can you direct us to the right sheet on that?
That would be, I believe, A201. This guy here.
I don't disagree with Ray's concern, but I'm concerned that the cure might be worse than the.
I agree.
And then the other thing I just wanted to point out, can we go to,
You
geez.
describe it.
Geez Louise, so we're gonna freeze that concept. Can we go to the third to the second to the last sheet?
Perspective.
No, actually just the second to the last sheet. And the elevation, there you go. Can you zoom in on the lower, well, it doesn't matter, the gable. Okay, that's interesting. It doesn't show up as much. Can you go up to the elevations? Just on the same sheet? Oh. No,
Oh, the streetscape elevations.
no, back to where you were. So the second sheet. And. No, go down.
the shutters are black.
Second to the last sheet. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. This one. And zoom in on the upper set of drawings with both structures. And kind of, yeah, that's good enough. Well, I want to get those two gables in of the two different buildings.
Mhm.
And I mean, I want to point out something we're all registering is the window heights are the same, but the window heights within the field of the gables of the structure on the left look peculiar with respect to their height.
Yep.
And Matt, I don't know what I presume that's, your floor heights are the same in both buildings, but it would look more appropriate if the windows on the left were lower. And it would break up the pattern a little bit. I don't think in a negative way. Can we zoom in on that left structure? Yeah. I don't know. I just want to throw that out there while we're talking this level of detail because I know you went with a 612 on the shed roofs below, or maybe it's a 512, but those windows just look abnormally high in the gable.
Could raise the plate on the gable. The only reason I say that is because the finished floor elevation is probably 20 inches below the sill,
Yeah.
believe it or not.
Does
So I could
anyone-
pop those up.
I
Is
see
that
what you're meaning.
registering?
I agree.
I do, and the problem is that everywhere else, see how the shutters are just kissing the rakes now?
Yeah, I hate that.
They aren't anywhere else, and so that's making it feel
Yeah.
squashed.
Yeah.
And
Could
so
go to
you
a-
either move the windows closer together, or you increase the roof pitch, which we've already talked about.
Yeah.
We
So the
could-
roof pitch will help.
we
And
could
you
cheat
can
'em
bump that
together.
up on a plate? The plate
Yeah,
height?
I could bump up the plate height. I mean, I could just cheat the two windows together.
That would help.
Okay, so I think that would help me, Abby.
Does anybody have a problem with the black shutters?
Black? Are they black?
Black.
Thank God we have a colorist on the board here.
Yeah.
No, it's too much.
Gotta be something.
I
Yeah,
mean, black sash gray,
they look white to me right here.
yeah.
Yeah.
If
Highly reflective.
the rest of the trim is gonna be gray, why not go gray?
I could go gray. I could go with like a graphite or something or.
Yeah, something. Black is gonna be,
No.
or you just put a gothic mask over it.
Yeah, really.
Linda's
Okay.
getting it.
So,
Can I make a
Angus?
motion to hold revisions?
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Matt, you've got pretty clear, I think the next time you're gonna be in and out,
Okay,
you can watch you've got somebody who can watch the tape.
yeah, I've watched the tape on Sundays.
Okay, so we got a motion to hold for revisions
I
on
need
the
a coffee.
motion.
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
And
Did we review both of your applications?
we haven't, but I also think that, well, we did actually just talk about 15. So if you're okay
I
with it,
think-
I've got enough feedback where I could just.
Yeah,
hold and
because
just
they're
come
gonna
bring it back
work
in.
together.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
You're gonna do the same thing on.
Yeah,
Right,
revisions to both.
yeah.
Okay,
12 and a half Pequot. Actually,
Thank you.
Bill, you are chairing this one. Which gives me a
energy left?
bio break.
Not really.
Yeah,
set up for you.
that was pretty heavy. down
Val
there.
has to go out and chain herself to one of the windmills.
Right. Medusa.
I'd like to see if we can get through am I saying that right? Before we head out.
We have there's a possibility.
I'm gonna hit the restroom. Val, you got this?
Riverview Crossing.
Is it on here?
12, yeah, it's that one.
12 Pequot is the one we're looking at now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
12.5.
Who's on this?
You, Angus, Joe, Connie. Oh. That would ease your burden.
That I'm on here.
Is anybody here for 12 and a half Pequot?
And we don't know who they are.
Okay,
Okay, so we're gonna hold that one. Thanks, Val.
Okay.
Appreciate that. You are masterful.
Yeah.
76 Pleasant. Hi, Sona. It's gonna be me, Ray, Abby, Angus, Connie.
You have to go on.
We're able to get activated on those. Go ahead and get started once you see it.
Okay,
there.
is that what's happening? I can't. On Can you see them on your iPads better?
I hope so, because that line weight is so thin.
Ooh,
So, on sheet A31, the north elevation that faces Camellia, we made it into a 3-bay to complement the 5-bay of the front house. And took off that wing that I know the board was questioning. So that was the L that's removed, and we moved the roof walk to the smaller mass that's facing Camellia. On the west elevation, you can see there's now 3 separate additive massing. The simple 2 dormers on the middle mass to give us the room on the 2nd floor, and the wing on the right lowered is now just 1 story, or 1.5, I guess, down.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you tell us which sheet are we looking at?
A31.
A3, okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the bottom right, instead of having, like last time we had the left section was 1.5 story and the middle section was taller and longer, and now I've split that into 2. So of the added massing, so now it's 3 separate. With the right side only being 1 story. So on the south elevation, that's just the side facing the neighbor's fence. That's just simple additive massing. And then the rear elevation, which isn't visible from the main road, again, just simple additive massing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an infill within the old historic district, adjacent to the circa 1854 bay, which was in Val's family. The facade facing the Camellia or Camilla? Camellia. That's your grandmother?
Yep.
Camellia.
Hmm.
Looks like a 2-story, 3-bay at 23 feet, 11 and some change inches. I couldn't read it all. The front door could have a little more traditional surround, maybe even a simple mantle shelf on top that could really bring out the 3-bay traditional, and I'd recommend looking at building with Nantucket in mind. Trim could also be beefed up around the front windows on that elevation. The middle mass is much better. Appreciate the fenestration wise. I think it could be reduced in height slightly to give it more of a hierarchy to the main block, if you will. Although if you look at it from that elevation, it is narrow due to the ground cover. It does have a little different proportion. But I appreciate the street view that was provided. My only comment would be really that substantive would be about the hardscaping that you show on the site plan, just that it's not with this application that you would be coming back for any
Yeah, that's fine.
hardscaping. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, you guys got anything?
Yes, so generally we feel the concept is good, reorienting it toward Camellia. The front door reads as 8 feet tall. That's a very tall front door. That should come down to a normal height door. In fact, the ceiling height is 9 feet. That could probably drop a little bit and lower the whole height of this building a little bit. The roof walk on that front, and we'll start with the notion that that front gable is only 12 and change wide. It's very narrow and tall. That should be a lot deeper to act as the main mass. This is a very narrow, tall main mass. Front door, the roof walk just overwhelms that whole roof. It's probably not appropriate to begin with. And I strongly suggest, Sonny, that you look at your floor plan, the second floor plan. The head heights really just aren't going to work on that. You got to look at the head heights on the second floor. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, let's see.
I'm ready.
Right.
So Mickey said it very well. When I looked at this, I thought, okay, is this an addition onto an existing building? Why would this the quote unquote main mass be so narrow? And if we look at the back, the additive piece, which would be the north elevation, I believe. well, actually, the elevations have reoriented, right? If we look at the rear L, I mean, we're looking at gables that are properly proportioned. Those all work. And then the main gable with it's not that tall. It's 24 feet high, kind of. You know, so why don't you make it taller, to Mickey's point, and make it wider so that it looked more like a real gable? And if you do that and the ridge goes up, which I would have no objection to whatsoever, then the roof walk, I believe, might be more appropriate, although we would have to talk about how it's rendered because it's rendered wrong right now. You know, the box of the roof walk is sitting right on the ridge, which we know doesn't happen. But other than that, I mean, you know, the back part of it is fine. That's my comment.
Thank you. Oh, let's see, Angus.
Thank you. I agree with what's been said. That front gable, I think, needs to get time and a half or twice as wide to make sense. And even if it were a balance of dropping there's something that that I think is successful about having this 3-bay face the street. I was concerned in this area because most of the structures are 1.5 stories, especially along Pleasant Street. And then to have that very low profile structure on Pleasant Street in front of this. So I wouldn't mind that going down to a 1.5 stories and having the dormer for the the eave come down to the meeting rail of the second floor windows. But I think that that gable that's the biggest issue I have, but I appreciate the telescoping and the downsizing with each mass away from that front 3-bay. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, nix the roof walk until that gable, the gable is too severe for me. Like it's too much of a rocket ship on that east-west. That's, I agree with what's been said.
Okay. Connie?
Yeah, similar concerns about that gable, and that roof walk just looks, I don't know what it looks strange. Maybe it like Ray said, it's the rendering, or it's just on that gable. If that gable gets fixed, maybe it'll look a little more appropriate. Thank you.
So I agree with the comments I've made. So I think for me, primarily, it's fatten up that gable for after Thanksgiving. And on that, when you bring the roof walk back, in particular on the north elevation, you just get rid of that center post. It's making the scale of it look odd. And it would need to be 1/3 of the width, which I think it's probably pretty close, but maybe a little bit big, and that would a little bit wider than it should be, and that would benefit because without the post, it's going to be a little too wide, but with the post, it's too, the proportions of those rail sections are too small, I think. And of course, the concept of having some place where you can actually stand on it needs to be done. Front door, I agree with on the height. I would like to see the option, I mean, of 6/6, at least on the front structure. And then maybe the story goes that the rest of it was 6/1 or 2/2, but for me, this isn't reading as a 2/2.
The existing historic structure is 2/2, so that's why we were matching that style.
But the 3-bay to me doesn't read as a typical 2/2. So anyways, those are my thoughts on it. And I mean, I think where we are is that you've got so far consensus on the gable just needs to be deeper, and then some other minor modifications. So this has come a pretty decent way. I think next time we're hopefully going to be that time's a charm. Do you have any questions?
No, I guess my question is that, so when I make that, the 3-bay mass, wider, it will get taller, and I've been told
Deeper.
every meeting to lower.
I think you're getting permission to make it
To go-
top and then it'll allow it to go a
To
little bit taller.
get it more chunky.
Yeah, and then you can always bury the head casing in the top plate into the header, so the front fascia will be part of the head casing of the windows, so that'll keep that down 3.5 or 4 inches. You know what I mean there? So you've got a little bit of room to trade stuff off. Okay, Angus, and then we're gonna go from.
Oh, and just to reiterate, when you look at that north elevation, it's 8 feet to the top window. So with the relatively, small scale of this house, that would probably be more like your ceiling height rather than the
Yeah.
like 7 feet would probably be the max, and the same with the door coming down, as Mickey had mentioned. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, the clients would like to keep it as tall as possible on the first floor, just because it's not a big space, just to make it feel a little bigger.
Okay.
So that's why we're going for that.
Okay, keep your sill heights in mind, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, motion hold for revisions.
So moved.
Angus and Ray co-motion. Angus, when you're.
Aye.
Ray. Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
one aye. Okay. We're on to closing the evening. I'd like to take these. This is a kind of the common theme on these is Holly's previously presented and mentioned. I think I'd just like to open the 3 of these together.
I'll give you the simple abridged version. I've given Holly the stuff that I've dug up everywhere, all over the place, including going through the building department. Easiest one to get rid of is the garage, 1977. I have the building permit, 1977. And that's pretty much it. It's non-contributing on our 1989 schedule, obviously 1977. To go back to the beginning, 1938, there's nothing on the property. That's all in the packet I gave you. There's Zippo. The garage is the easiest, as I said. I went through everything on the house. The house actually was a part of a structure on the front lot, which is 59 New Street. And it was cut off and they destroyed all the other buildings over there. I gave Holly all the other buildings, the information on all the other buildings that used to be on that lot. And it was moved back to 3 Nantucket. It was then converted into a dwelling with an addition added and a bedroom added, a basement added, things like that. So the 1940 is probably not accurate. But we don't have a 1957 and Rob Ranny was away so I couldn't get the 1975s. But Deb will tell you when she watched that being constructed.
Linda, hold on. Since you've kind of broken this up a little bit, why don't we just deal with the garage first?
All right, the garage is 1977. I have the building permit and the
Hold on,
CO.
hold on. Guys, that's number 2 in your packet.
Yep,
Okay.
building 2.
Abby,
Who's sitting on this, by the way? Is it Connie on it also?
I'm on.
I'm gonna read it off to you. It's myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Ray.
Oh, Joe.
And guys, we're on building number 2.
Oh, pretty simple.
All right.
I gave you all the pictures of it as well.
Who'd like to begin?
Mr. Chair.
Holly.
So, there, just to kind of sum up what Linda just said, all of these, on the site before it got subdivided into Manatuck, all have HDC surveys on file. Linda was nice enough to tell me of which ones are not there anymore, except for the, cute little shed that you always decorate.
Love it.
So the garage did say a circa 1975 building permit Linda found actually says 1977, non-contributing. It is the same structure. There's no question from that. So those are my comments on that.
Okay. Does anyone have concerns with the garage move demo?
No.
No. Does
No.
anyone have a motion for the garage move demo?
So moved.
Building number 2. On Ray's motion, Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And me, I'm an aye. Okay.
Okay, go to the
Which
main
one's more
house.
difficult?
The main house is the second easiest.
Well, let's do the more difficult.
All right, the more difficult one is the ticket booth from Straight Wharf. I've done as much digging as I possibly can. It is not on the It is not on the 1949 Sanborn map. There was nothing there. The High Line didn't start running until 1972. Both our survey and Macris said it was sold to Bill Broughton in between 1970 and 1972. So it didn't exist prior to the High Line, is from what I can understand. The 1989 survey says it was non-contributing. As I said, the High Line didn't start until 1972. It's very much on the record that Jerry Tohill sold it to Bill Broughton between 1970 and 1972. Even Macris at the state level says the same thing. I have a 1950s picture. There are no buildings of that type beyond Captain Toby's building and the Macy warehouse. I did pick it up, arguably, on a 1960. I went through all 11 pages of photographs at the NHA, and it is possibly visible in 1968 where a ticket booth would have been located. It's the same shape, same height, same profile, except for the back portion of the building that exists today, which is all board open on one side, storage building, and has nothing to do with the original rectangle. So I can't say that it's 1940. I can say that it was moved out there between 1970 and 1972, and it did not exist on the 1950s pictures. I didn't pick it up until 1968. So it also says non-contributing. As I say, the back half of it was all storage added up over years. Had nothing to do with the building. Yeah, I know, I'm not, but I'm just saying it didn't even show up until 1968. It was sold off the lot in 1970,
Okay.
71, somewhere in there.
Anything else?
And nothing on it wasn't on the Sanborn map in 49.
And Holly, which one is this in the view pack?
Number 3.
Yes,
Second
number
or-
3.
Okay, so
And there is an HDC survey on file for this one. This one's indicated as the Jerry Townhill office, Straight Wharf ticket office, which was specifically said it was moved out here by William in 1970 to 1972, which obviously that correlates. And I think that the fact that this used to be on Straight Wharf tells me that it is older than 1970s. Even if this survey was done today, it would be contributing. So it would be nice to have the section that was originally moved out there to be saved. Nice to see it be moved somewhere in a different, obviously, location and rather demolished because this is part of Nantucket's history. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's.
But as I said, it's not part of the original Straight Wharf history.
So we've got, again, me, Angus, Abby, Joe, and Ray.
Is this the thing that's the crush?
The what?
Is this the thing that's the crush? No, okay.
No.
No, that's out on the street. That's been there all along.
Okay. Who'd like to go? You know, the slam dunk is to say, well, relocate some portion of this to somewhere on the site, but. I'm just
Well,
saying.
the site's going to get sold and I don't know if we
Okay,
can
I'm
do
just
that.
saying, just throwing it out there in the interest of
It has, for
829.
family reasons, it has to be sold for another family member who's going to the homestead.
Guys, any thoughts at this point?
So just listening to the history that's been offered so far, I would feel responsibility to save, either move on site or move somewhere else, but not demolish the part that got moved there in 72 that was possibly decades older.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Ray.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks to me like 2/3 of this building was added on. And frankly, it's really awful shape.
Okay.
Abby?
It's a shame.
Well, if it does have historic significance, I'd like to see it saved somehow. I mean, even if it is a ticket booth.
Well, it's just a shed right now.
Joe?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. The thing I had a challenge with looking at this was trying to discern where where the building begins and ends. And I mean, some parts are clearly, because they're open, added on. It looks like there's a tarp. I'd love to get some clarification on exactly what the original footprint might be and some idea of square footage, because it's very likely that it falls under the 200 square foot for a shed, which means it isn't really an encumbrance, and there's a high likelihood you'd get a candidate to take it away if it could actually classify or qualify as a zoning shed. It looks like it's less than 16 feet tall. So I think if you got clarification on that, then I think that we'd probably have interest in moving the.
It's
moving
over
this.
200 square feet, Mr. Chairman. It's
Okay,
not under
hold
200
on a
square feet.
second. Hold on a second. What we're looking for
Yeah.
is a markup of the
Right here.
plan view to indicate the ticket booth portion of the structure for our next hearing.
It's just a rectangle.
I understand that, and put the square footage on it, and, or you can say, we'll move it on site and we can dispense with the matter this evening.
Move it on site.
But we need clarification through staff. I think no one will be comfortable unless we get clarification through staff of that portion of the structure that is the historic portion, so Holly can sign off on it.
Yeah, she knows it's the front rectangle.
Does anyone have a concern with
No,
that?
that sounds good.
Okay, so
So we're allowing for the demo of the back.
Yeah,
whole
well, the whole
shed.
addition in the back.
retention, move off or move on site of the historic portion to be documented through Holly.
Yep.
Subject to her sign off, and the rest to be demoed
Okay.
after.
Yeah,
Holly
she knows.
signs
I've already done
Yeah, I
it.
just
So
want to be clear. Is
that's
that
a good thing.
It is.
okay? On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Now we're on to building number 1.
And just for the record, on September 19th, all 3 structures were advertised in the I&M and nobody wanted them. They looked at it, nobody wanted them.
Well, you know, what do I want to say?
Nothing.
The advertising stuff is the advertising stuff,
Yep.
so that's not in our hands.
The house is a house now, but it wasn't a house when the piece was cut off the back. And I have this so you can see, this was actually in the file. Kind of bizarre. And I can see the back or the building, this was in the building file. That's what this is.
Okay, so
So you can see the piece that was cut off in the front building. And then when the back, when they demolished the green, there's 3 greenhouses and a couple of other weird things out there. They demolished everything else and then they decided to pick the one with the bedroom up and put it in the back and then add the bed and add the building to it.
so we're looking at, just for the record and clarity, building number 1.
Yeah,
No?
yeah. And it wasn't, there was nothing there in 38. So we don't, and it says new in 1960. So somewhere in 1960, the building was built and then it was moved back there in 2005.
It's a cute little structure.
Yeah, that's what the story says. We don't know if it was 1960. I do know that it was moved back in 2005 and a CO was issued to convert it into a dwelling and a secondary dwelling in 2007. When was it built?
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the survey on file does say
That was
circa
the garage.
1960. What is really cool is sometimes these window surveys from the 80, 89 effort will give us a little nitpick of information. And on the bottom of it says part of
I know.
original structure came from the Moby Dick.
No way.
So
No.
black and white.
Oh, my God.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Deb wanted to add something because it did not come from, I did all the history for 150 years on the Moby Dick.
That house that you're looking at, I'm sorry,
here.
hello.
Go ahead.
The building that's on that photo there, those parts of that was from the Moby Dick, but that's not the building that we're talking about. The part that we're talking about, I don't know if you want to go down the slides, but.
That's okay, just
Keep going.
rotate up.
It's the first
We've
one.
already done building 1.
Only one.
It is.
Yeah, they all, I did, they all have.
So-
Guys,
That's been demolished.
hey, let's keep it clean. It's 8:36. Just please direct staff to where you want to scroll. Okay, where do you want us to scroll?
Just, I believe she wants to go to the house picture.
Okay, so, Fiona, if you would just keep going down, keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going. There it is. If you could rotate that one. No, go back up.
This way.
Go back up. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. And zoom in a little bit on that cute little house. Okay, Deb, you wanted to comment?
So thank you very much. So the picture that you're looking at on the, I don't know what page it's on, that part did have original parts from the Moby Dick. This part, not the little shed off the backside, but that other part was added on to that original older part about 1977, 1980. It was built after the garage. So the older house that's on the photos there, that has been demolished and gone. When we sold number 1 Nantucket Way, that building was the most viable building. So we moved it from 1 Nantucket Way to 3 and turned it into a cottage. But that part was built about, I mean, I was on the property, it was built about 1977, 1980.
When they did it.
It was built after the garage was already built.
Okay, thank you, Deb.
Thank
Holly,
you.
did you want to?
Yeah, and that's interesting. The survey that was done in 88, 89 was obviously before it was moved back there. But the photo that's in the survey on Macris actually looks identical to that. So I'm just curious on where they would have gotten the 1960 from. That's all.
Okay.
Are you talking about this photo?
Yes, that's like that.
So-
But
So
we do know,
that window is over here and this is a shed and that's a window. So I think it's a different, I think it is a difference. So if you look in the early aerials, you can see that shed roof. Oh, where is it?
I think we can agree that it's similar, but we can't say conclusively. And I think if Deb is testifying under oath, under penalty of perjury, execution by preservation firing squad.
Bring it on,
this
bring it on.
structure is a different structure.
You'd have to drive out to Wisconsin to get her though.
I'm
It's a
not
lot.
sure. I
Okay,
think
guys,
it's the same.
The shed.
What do we want to do?
We've tried to give it away, so.
Joe, do you want to comment further? Or at all?
Well, I think that the age of it is unclear. So it's hard to say if there's a possibility that this is part of a historic structure. I wouldn't feel comfortable having it demolished without some confirmation of what the actual date is.
We have researched everything possible
We just go through this.
and it wasn't there in 1938.
Hold on a second.
Carbon dating.
Okay.
A truck hitting it.
Ray,
Well, I was of one opinion and now Joe's, like, the other way that you can investigate this is by looking at the framing.
yeah, I'm just gonna say.
Right.
Jason,
There's somebody
Yeah, I mean,
living in it.
that's
Her
fairly-
brother's living in it right now. He's not gonna let us
just
in the
for
house.
register, Go up in the attic.
He won't let you in the house.
Okay, another way is looking at the chimney. It looks like a historic chimney.
It's not.
Well, yeah, chimneys are hard because brick looks old once it's weathered. But I understand your point. It sounds like Angus, it sounds like you already stated. We basically need to get some information to clarify the age of this. That would revolve around images of structural framing, windows. What type of window casing it is, what kind of window jamb it is.
Exactly.
Things along those common, simple things, take pictures, bring it at the next hearing, we'll hear you at the next hearing. But let's document the actual age of this. Is the, just while we're here, is the, Moby Dick portion of the structure that is in a different building That structure is no longer on the site.
No,
Just-
I know every single inch of every Moby Dick building at this point.
I'm just not gonna comment further.
Oh, boy.
Could we?
Inside and outside.
A little more historic relevance to the
Documentation.
We're gonna get a motion to hold for additional information. And we'll pick it up at our next hearing.
Can we be here at the beginning of December 4th? I think that's your next
It'll
meeting.
be our first old business.
Third.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't that new business? What?
new, old.
So is,
If you get the information together in and by the deadline, and I'm not saying at 12:05, I'm not saying, I mean, at 2 hours early of the deadline, we
Which
will
is-
hear it at the beginning of the next meeting after we.
which is 36 hours from now.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
understand? There's no deadline next week.
You are the massive researcher. You know every inch of Moby Dick building.
I do. I've
So
had
you're on
to.
it.
There you are.
All right, let's get a motion to.
You got one of them. You got two notes.
Wait. Take a look.
Wait,
Oh, did you go?
sorry, did we vote on that?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess I wish.
Move
I'm
for
fine.
more information.
Yeah, we did.
I made a motion.
Oh, you
but
did?
Yeah, Abby on your motion.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
you get.
Aye.
Ray.
Aye.
And thanks for the reminder. Get a motion to approve the minutes of August 13th.
So
Oh,
moved.
so moved.
Okay, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
Ray,
Aye.
and I abstain.
Those are yours.
Please note, there will not be an ATC meeting the week of Thanksgiving. The
Oh,
next meeting is December 3rd. All that new business, hybrid, in person.
Oh, shucks.
That's that. It's a wrap. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved, yeah.
Same board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, everyone.
Have a great Thanksgiving, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you too. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, you too.